It's fantasy. So good morning, dear Deputy Minister, dear Mr. Ibalian, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear all. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome you to the 8th Energy Transition Symposium, organized by the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics. This event has already become a tradition in the energy dialogue in Greece. Just a few days ago, the United Nations reported that the dystopian future of climate change is already here and focused on unprecedented weather events. We all know that our country recently experienced major floods in Thessaly, while just 1 month ago, the largest wildfire in Europe devastated a huge part of the Dadia National Park. The anticipated recovery cost for Thessaly floods for the local community and economy is estimated to above €2 billion, while the cost of the destruction of the Dadia forest ecosystem is uncountable. On the other hand, the World Energy Outlook that will be published in a few days by the International Energy Agency will for the first time forecast that demand for oil, natural gas and coal will all peak before 2030. According to Fatih Birol, the head of the International Energy Agency, we are witnessing the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel era, and we have to prepare ourselves for the next era. It shows that climate policies do work. That's what Fatih Birol says. But is this really true? I'm very annoyed and angry to hear many voices, even in our country, saying that we spend so much money in renewables and all the green technologies that make our energy so expensive. This is a completely incorrect and extremely disorienting statement. Please allow me to quote some recent data. The G20 members provided a record $1.4 trillion in public subsidies to support fossil fuels only in 2022. That amount, which includes fossil fuel subsidies, investments by state-owned enterprises, and lending from public financial institutions, is more than double compared to the 2021 level, which already was 5 times almost higher than those seen in 2020. The 2022 rise in subsidies was driven mainly by governments dramatically expanding support to help consumers deal with peaking fossil fuel prices after Russia's invasion to Ukraine. On the other hand, the total sum of subsidies that the G20 countries announced for renewable power generation between 20 and 22 June is one big but still very small number, $265 billion. More than 5 times less compared to 1 year's subsidies paid for fossil fuels. But we also hear some energy experts saying that we have imposed severe carbon taxation in fossil fuels. Well, this is another joke. The average carbon tax for the G20 members countries is $3.2 per ton CO2 equivalent, which is a minor share of the record profits that the fossil fuel industry gained last year at the peak of the energy crisis. For the EU member states, the total average of fossil fuel subsidies per year from 2015 to 2021 was 52 billion a year, while for the same time period, the average for renewables was 73 billion. In Greece, the 7 years, so 2015 to 2021, the average per year state subsidies in fossil fuels were 2.19 billion euro, while the corresponding number for renewables was slightly higher. Artificially lowering the price of fossil fuels is extremely problematic because it increases burning of fossil fuels, intensifying human-induced climate change and making extreme weather events like heat waves, wildfires, severe rains and hailstones more frequent and intense. Shifting less than $1/4 of the trillions of dollars generated from fossil fuel subsidies reform and carbon taxation could help close the wind and solar energy investment gap, which is estimated almost to $450 billion per year until 2030, to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, with public support leveraging of additional funds from private investors. It could also be used to help end world hunger, provide universal access to electricity and clean cooking globally, close the climate finance gap that developed countries have already committed to mobilize for developing nations. Removing subsidies could also save thousands of lives by reducing fossil fuels-related air pollution, which is responsible for over 5 million deaths per year in G20 only, and 1 in 5 deaths globally. These figures are an absolute reminder that the plain truth for today's reality is that we heavily subsidize fossil fuels and not renewables, throwing massive amounts of public money into fossil fuels despite the increasingly devastating impacts of climate change. Please don't forget this. We are so lucky to live in the energy transition era. Hopefully, some decades ahead, we will be producing energy without harming and destabilizing our planet, and maybe fossil fuels will only be museum exhibits. Climate change has now turned into climate crisis, and this is clearly the factor that must trigger an intense acceleration for the energy transition. Luckily, this transition will comprise a puzzle of actions and multitude of actors. More or less everybody in the energy sector, as we know it today, will play a role. Green policies and policymakers will lead. Sustainable technologies and related companies will follow. Green investments and funding schemes will be necessary. As we stand on the threshold of the conference, please bear in mind that the Hellenic Association for Energy Economics tries hardly to provide insights and boosts public awareness in these topics, organizing events like the one we have today, and publishing several reports, among others the annual Greek Energy Market Report, which is powered by the National Bank of Greece, the monthly chart of the month, which is powered by Deloitte, and the quarterly report In Focus, which I all invite you to download by our website. It is time to reconsider from a different perspective the multiple aspects of the energy transition under the pillars of sustainability, social viability, security, and democracy. We have to rethink energy, which is the title also of this year's conference, as you can see it. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and one of you. Thank you for being part of this critical conversation. So I have to thank the Council for Cooperation and Cultural Action of the French Embassy in Greece, the Director of French Institute, Mr. Nicolas Aibalin, who will be the next to address, and thank you for hosting us here in this very beautiful room, an excellent space for our conference. So the floor is yours.
Bienvenue à l'Institut français de Grèce, καλώς ήρθατε στο Γαλλικό Ινστιτούτο Ελλάδος. Welcome to the French Institute in Greece. Your work will focus today and tomorrow and after tomorrow on the present and the future. So you will forgive me if I also introduce a major dimension of our existence. I mean that of the past. France has a network of cultural institutes throughout the world. The particularity of the French Institute in Greece is that it is the oldest of the whole network. Well, not exactly. This is the second oldest. The first one was founded in 1904 in Italy, in Florence. But let's forget Florence and let's say that Athens, founded, established in 1907, was the first one. And next to the institute, you have the French School of Archaeology, which was established in 1846, and that was the first French higher education institution established abroad, and that was in Athens, in Greece, 30 years before the second School of Archaeology, the German one, in the 1870s. So those little facts remind us of the long-standing relationship of cooperation and trust that has been established between modern Greece, from the moment it was reborn as a nation state, and my country. The French Institute is not a French institution. It is, in my view and in the view of many, a Franco-Greek institution. And I would even go so far as to say an institution of the city of Athens. So much so that it is part of the landscape and history of the city. Some of you may have come here by taxi, and my experience has shown me on many occasions that all you had to do was tell the driver, Gallico Instituto, without giving the exact address, and he would immediately know where to go. The Institute took part in the often tragic events that affected Greece in the last century. I would just mention one fact in particular, and this is interesting because this is the centenary we are commemorating, the mass arrival in Greece, in Athens in particular, in 1922 and 23, of hundreds of thousands of Greek refugees driven from Asia Minor, from Turkey. One of the Institute French teachers, Octave Merlier, who later became its director until 1961, and his Greek wife, Melpo, set about visiting the refugees, writing down their stories, recording their songs, dances, on wax discs, and in short, collecting ethnographical material that is still today a major source of documentation on Hellenism in Asia Minor, and which they bequeathed to the Greek state. Octave Merlier, the street behind the institute, is named after him, and he retired in France, but he decided to die in Greece, and he is buried in the first cemetery of Athens, in the country of his heart. After the past, let's talk about the present. The present, as we can all see, is climate change, and no country in Europe probably has suffered as much over the last 3 years as Greece, with scorching summers, fires of unprecedented scale and duration, and torrential rain that has drowned the country's richest agricultural region. The future holds a prospect of disaster that would become our ordinary horizon if we failed to act. One of the major areas we need to tackle is energy. The President of the French Republic recently declared that without a sufficiently close prospect of an end to the use of fossil fuels, this battle risked being lost. At the same time, our societies must be able to manage this change without upsetting the economic and social balance overnight. In this respect, the expression energy transition says it all. To conclude this brief welcome address, allow me to return to the French Institute of Greece. For the past 6 months, we have been engaged in a process of transforming our building and our activities, a transformation that was requested by our authorities in Paris and designed to significantly reduce our impact on the environment. We call this la transformation écologique du réseau, the ecological transformation of the French cultural network. The Institute's 52 employees have organized themselves into several working groups to come up with ideas. Reducing our consumption of gas and electricity, installing solar panels on our terrace, limiting the printing of documents will all be fairly easy to put in place. On the other hand, ensuring that our events have less impact on the environment requires some imagination. How can we organize a French film festival every year in early April without inviting representatives of the industry who will inevitably be traveling by plane? How can we attract cinema goers during this festival by telling them, please do not use your car? This question may seem insignificant in the face of the major challenge of the energy transition, but they strike me as legitimate and, above all, reassuring. The public feel that it is an issue that concerns them, that everyone can make their own contribution to the common struggle. I wish you all the best for those 3 days of work.
Okay, thank you very much. Our keynote address for today is the Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy, Ms. Alexandra Zdoukou. I think she's the person that guarantees and safeguards the continuity in the Greek energy sector. She's been many years with the field. I think she has worked in so many aspects of this energy puzzle, more or less with successful results. But I think she's the most gifted person to tell us how to decode the future of the Greek energy market and what's going to happen in the next at least 4 years. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind words. You make me embarrassed. So first of all, good morning to everyone. Welcome in rainy Athens. So for those who've traveled from abroad, welcome. Sorry we've hidden today the sun and the nice atmosphere for maintenance reasons. Monsieur le Directeur, merci beaucoup pour l'hospitalité. I'm very happy to be here today. It is the 8th symposium, and I think that it comes at a very, very interesting time, right? As here in Greece, but I think in Europe as a whole, we are trying to find the new normal, I would say. The new normal after the zenith of the energy crisis, and of course to stay the course of the energy transition, of course in this volatile and ever-changing environment. Those of you who have heard me speak in the past, perhaps you might know that one of my favorite mottos is the following, is the cheapest kilowatt hour, I'm used to say, is the one that was never consumed. But apart from saving energy, I think saving the time is also very essential. So I will try to speak, let's say, out of the box, briefly describe the main challenges facing the Greek market in the short, in the medium term, keeping always the bigger European picture in mind, and of course, how we are going to tackle them. So the first challenge, obviously, is the uncertainty ahead of the winter 2023-2024. the question is, will we face another security of supply crisis? Who knows? Of course, the output of this front, I think, is definitely better compared to last year, mainly because we have reduced our dependence on Russian gas. For example, in Greece, we have reduced this from 40 to 20%, as well as, of course, the overall consumption of gas. At the same time, gas storage levels, as you know, in the EU are already 90%. And I would say that Greece, thankfully, has infrastructure projects that promote diversification of gas, of routes and sources. I refer to the big infrastructure projects like TAP, like IGB, like Revithousa LNG terminal. So with those, we can cover not only our needs, of course, but also the needs of our neighbors, like Bulgaria, for example. So this role, of course, will be further enhanced. How? It will be further enhanced with the new infrastructure projects that will come online in the near future, like the Alexandroupolis FSRU. Projects that, in any case, are going to consolidate our role as the main energy hub for Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean. Second challenge, however, in terms of energy prices. The European Union and the Greece as well, I think they are not out of woods yet. And that's because a spike in the gas prices with spillover effects on the wholesale electricity prices, they cannot be excluded. And the increased reliance on LNG in the EU imports, this means as well increased price volatility. We've all seen recently, for instance, how the threat of a strike in faraway Australia has affected the gas prices in Europe. And there is a new reality, I think, and we need to adjust on this reality. But this government has shown its immediate reflexes in addressing the short-term problem of unreasonably high energy prices caused by these international energy crises. You know that in the past, with innovative policy solutions that were eventually adopted EU-wide, we managed to relieve as much of this pressure for consumers, both households, enterprises, businesses. And I would say that should the same need arise again, of course, the same reflexes will be shown. But allow me to say that the systemic and long-term answer to the question of energy prices is the acceleration of the energy transition. Because long-term security of supply, affordable and stable prices will come with clean energy produced domestically at competitive rates. And that brings me to the third major challenge, which relates to the accelerated penetration of renewables in the energy mix. In the last 4 years, you know that the installed renewables capacity almost doubled from 5.7 gigawatts in 2019 to almost 11 gigawatts today. Hello. Projects with a capacity of 16 gigawatts are under construction today, and another 37, I think 37, yes, they are queuing actually to get connection terms from the transmission and the distribution system operators. The new National Energy and Climate Plan foresees that the renewables installed capacity will reach 23 gigawatt by the end of the decade. And also the renewables produced electricity will approach, as you know, 80%. So those numbers practically mean that we need more capacity in the electricity grids to support these acute, I would say, investor interests. We also need more tools, I would say. For example, storage. More tools to make sure that the system is stable and also green electricity is available, of course, at all times. What do we have? We have the transmission operator IPTO and HEDNO that have already invested 2.5 billion euros in the last 4 years to upgrade their network. And I would say that they are stepping on the gas pedal with planned investments of more than 7 billion euros in the years to come. At the same time, we are moving fast to develop storage infrastructure, aiming for installed storage capacity of 5 giga by 2030. We have set internally a target to have 2 of them by 2025. It's hard to achieve, but we will make the best of our efforts. As most of you already know, we have secured as a beginning 200 million euros from the RRF to subsidize standalone battery units with a capacity of 1,000 megawatt. As you also know, the first tender of the framework, the first tender of that scheme took place in August, and it was oversubscribed. We attracted offers for 3.3 gigawatt of capacity against a target of 400 megawatts. So in the next few days, we are going to announce the details of the 2 other tenders for the capacity, as you know, of 300 is the first one, 400 respectively is the other one. Both will take place by end of this year. And having carefully studied the results of the first tender, I think we have concluded that if we lower the CapEx support, we can increase the storage capacity to be subsidized by 500 to 1,000 megawatt. What also we are doing at the same time, we are considering incentives for existing renewable stations in order to add batteries. We want to implement this dedicated framework for hybrid stations, renewables with batteries. Note also that we have included the option as a beginning for 200, I know it's small, 200 megawatts of renewables plus storage. We have taken the clearance back in 2021 from DG Competition, and we plan now to scale up these 200 up to 1,000 megawatts. So it's a 5-fold increase on that, because obviously we need storage, we need standalone, we need renewables with storage together. Having said that, we are not overlooking, of course, the importance of long-term and also large-scale storage provided by pumped hydro storage units. For instance, the Amphilohia project, which is under construction and due to be completed in 2025, 2026. I think it's an important milestone for this technology. And this is one of our main priorities looking forward. Then I go to the 4th challenge. It is related to renewables development, and this is the availability of the physical space. We always talk about the electric space, but we need to take into account the physical space. And to this end, I think that promoting projects that combine solar and wind electricity production, so achieving higher capacity factor, smoother production profile, or hybrid renewable projects that combine green electricity production with storage. And even, why not, renewable production with agricultural uses, so-called agrovoltaics. I don't know much of these, policy and how it's implemented, but I'm interested in developing the necessary tools. Why not? If this is applicable in Greece, someone has to tell me if it's applicable and what we can do for that. But I think that all these in combination, they can maximize the benefit from the space taken by each project. And we must not forget that apart from the land, we have also ample space to develop green energy in our seas. Greece has an enormous wind potential offshore. That's why we are working intensely towards the takeoff of the offshore wind parks in Greece. The National Development Plan for the offshore wind parks is due to be presented by the competent authority, by HEREMA, for public consultation before the end of this year. We are in discussions with the European Commission to finalize as well the support scheme of this technology. I know I might sound, I don't know, very visionary, I'm dreaming, but we want to have the first offshore wind parks in Greece by the end of this decade. This is the bet. It's difficult, I know, but we are determined to win, to do the best we can. The fifth point I would like to point out is that an energy system that is powered by clean technologies differs, obviously, and profoundly from the one that is fueled by traditional hydrocarbon resources. And critical minerals, such as copper, lithium, what else? Nickel, cobalt, even rare earth elements. They are absolutely essential components in many of today's rapidly growing clean energy technologies, from wind turbines, electricity networks, electric vehicles, and demand for these minerals is growing very quickly. So their importance in a decarbonizing energy system requires, I think, policymakers to tackle potential new vulnerabilities, such as price volatility, as I mentioned, security of supply, the shifting sands of geopolitics, and especially, I would say, in the light of Europe's over-reliance for many of those minerals. Europe's answer, as you know, to this is the Critical Raw Materials Act. And of course, it remains to see how effective this is going to be, the Critical Raw Materials Act. But I think that this is a bet that we cannot afford to lose, because the future of the energy transition, I think, hinges upon those crucial elements. Having in mind, this is the sixth one, I'm going to finish in 2 minutes. Having in mind the extreme, as you mentioned, President, the extreme weather phenomena that hit our country in the last few months, from the heat waves, the devastating wildfires of the summer, to the rains, floodings. Daniel, what's the name of today's? Elias, something like that. Yeah. It's very obvious that our country, and all European countries actually, need to urgently increase the resilience of their critical energy infrastructure against such phenomena. This is another challenge because in the framework of climate adaptation, a new dimension must be added in the sense of energy security, the security of the energy system against environmental disaster related to the climate crisis. This is something that we haven't dealt so carefully in the previous years. So we have a new challenge ahead of us, and also as Greek government, we are elaborating on this topic to see what more we can do, especially on that. And last, I would say, but not least, another challenge ahead of us is the need to redouble, I would say, our efforts on energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is extremely important. I think I'm closing my speech how I started it, stressing the importance on energy savings. In the past 4 years, we have launched successfully 5 programs to increase the energy efficiency of buildings. It was a budget of 2.8 billion, but this is not enough. It's not enough. The money, we don't have huge amount of money, you know, to spend by giving subsidies to beneficiaries. On the other side, we need to get close to the targets of energy efficiency. Currently, we are working in order to launch 3 new targeted programs by the end of this year. We have a total budget of 320 million for energy efficiency in businesses. But overall, what we want to see is this renovation wave that began during the previous tenure as well, turn into, if I might use the word of tsunami. I know I might exaggerate a little bit, but we have to do that. We have to turn this renovation wave into a tsunami also here in Greece with very tangible results. I think I counted 7 challenges for our energy sector, but the coin, I think, has 2 sides. Those 7 challenges can be also 7 distinct and also rare, I think, opportunities for Greece to clean up our energy production. First, to cut off, of course, dangerous dependencies of the past, to invest in new technologies, new sectors, to create new jobs, very important, to increase regional cohesion. I think I would say to become more competitive as an economy. We have to work very intensely on that as Greece. And why not to become pioneers in the energy transition and key actors in the region's geopolitical stability, prosperity, and growth. That is how we treat those challenges in the ministry. And I think that these are challenges that we will overcome if we have a good planning and if we have sound policies. That's simple. But also opportunities for Greece to make progress, to advance, and also to excel in Europe and the world. And for this ambition, allow me to say that I hope that our track record in the past 4 years gives confidence in our ability to succeed. I don't want to tire you anymore. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm here for any questions or whatever. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Minister. I think that you will be overwhelmed with the work in the next years. Climate change, energy, both topics that will have a lot. You have a lot to do. So I'm very happy to introduce to the next keynote address, which is Mr. Fragiskos Parasiris, who is the director of the energy sector of PASOK Kinal and a member of the Hellenic Parliament, coming from Crete, a place I have a lot of bonds. So please, the floor is yours.
We've heard too many interesting things from Madam Minister, but my speech is on energy democracy. So I cannot place on what we've heard. Dear Madam Minister, dear Mr. President, dear esteemed members of the academic community, ladies and gentlemen, the energy crisis of 2021 was approached from several different political spectrums and was put into the public debate of our country as a dominant issue, defining the national agenda. It was often presented as the first energy crisis of the green era, as a revenge of hydrocarbons, or sometimes as a total failure of Europe, which seemed to be vulnerable to the geopolitical game. Even now, the energy crisis is often interpreted as a crisis of fossil fuels, as a remnant of an old era, and above all, as an omen for the future. So, in today's juncture of shocking events around us, I would say that it's time for a new out-of-the-box strategy, as Russia's invasion in Ukraine has acted as an accelerator of the EU decision-making on energy issues. Numerous discussions ago said but never implemented, and suddenly became flesh and blood in a matter of weeks. All the national policies of the member states around energy are and must be designed to respond to the European priorities of 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, our President, Nikos Androulakis, 2 weeks ago set the priorities and the values of a different governance model, a model based on the principles of transparency and openness. We presented the potential and the dynamics of open data in every policy field, the need of transparency, and finally how these components are necessary for the market and, of course, for the society. Having said that, for PASOK Kinal, the Greek National Plan for Energy and Climate is a roadmap leading to the country's development over the next decades. We strongly believe that the formulation of such a plan should have been the result of a broad consultation between all actors and social partners. However, it's clear that within the national plan, the guidelines have already been established through a closed process involving the energy elite only. And here is precisely how we envision the core concept of energy democracy, a debate that should be determined by the rules of the democratic dialogue, open consultation, and above all, the clear terms of playing field. Unfortunately, when planning on the energy transition, society is often perceived as just the demand, as a pool of consumers, and it is not taken into account that power stations also belong to the society. At the same time, in the public debate about the security of energy supply and the risks of climate change, society is absent from the formulation of policies and ends up being the recipient of what is decided and implemented by the respective national government. In this way, social partners and citizens are excluded from the planning process, which results to the degradation of very important issues such as energy poverty, air pollution, and intergenerational equality. What we propose is a resilient and sustainable national policy on energy, which foresees special measures for the low and the middle class and plans for a leading role for our country in the energy landscape of the 21st century. We are ready to submit our own proposal for energy democracy in this transitional period. The main principles will be the fight against energy poverty, the maximization of energy security, the upscaling of the country's position as an accountable player of the energy geopolitical game, the resilience and adoption of a sustainable national LNG policy against the effects of climate change. At the political level, we emphasize on the fact that the principle of predictability and zero regulatory risk clearly affects the functioning of the market. This is mainly because when the before mentioned are served, then the energy partners can plan ahead and be better prepared against future risks, but also ensure that the plans are implemented in a fair and democratic way, which is equally important. For PASOK Kinal, energy democracy is about shifting the power in all aspects of the energy sector, from the production to the distribution and the supply, from the finance to technology and knowledge, to consumers and workers, emphasizing on social and environmental objectives. The growing power of participation enables citizens to produce and use renewable energy, contributing to the EU's energy transition. This process accelerates the transition to low-carbon energy systems and ensures that RES projects are well received by the local communities and contribute to their energy self-sufficiency. Within this context, energy communities as consumer empowerment and participatory initiatives can play a key role in driving social innovation, ensuring social acceptance, and empowering citizens to rediscover their role as consumers. However, citizens are still not seen as a dynamic component of the energy system and energy transition as prosumers. We emphasize on the importance of the citizens' active participation in the energy landscape, developing RES projects through energy communities. It is also of paramount significance to foresee and address issues such as equal access to the network, the financing of such communities, dealing with oligopolies, and the formulation of clear objectives regarding the energy communities in the national plan. And finally, the transparency of suppliers' invoices. All these in order to further support citizens' efforts to meet their own energy needs while contributing to the decentralization and democratization of the energy system. At the same time, we have already put forward in the public debate an integrated set of policies for a fair transition that will guarantee the country's energy security and fight energy poverty, with an extensive program much bigger and broader than that implemented of building, upgrading, especially for the most vulnerable households, and the state support for the installation of solar water heaters. By supporting the 400 local land reclamation organizations, in which more than 300,000 farmers participate for the installation of photovoltaics, through which the cost of water management will be significantly reduced. By promoting small and medium-sized RES programs so that it is possible to install photovoltaics, by modernizing and upgrading the network, but also creating energy storage infrastructure, utilizing funds from the Recovery Fund so that the RES project does not depend on the relationship with the government, a tactic followed in the past with a monumental ministerial decision on August 12, 2022, where the remaining free space that existed was handed over to a few companies without objective criteria. And finally, by strengthening the country's interconnections so that it can benefit from the opportunities of the strategic plan of the European Energy Union. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, the energy transition aiming at the climate neutrality is one of the most important objectives. So, the European Union can find and must find solutions for the climate crisis and save the planet for the benefit of the future generations. It's important to repeat that for PASOK Kinal, energy democracy in this transition period primarily concerns the next generations, because energy security is a continuous journey and not a final destination. Over the past 50 years, the West has systematically invested in institutions that enhance energy security. However, fossil fuels prices volatility remains, although its nature has changed. New sources of energy are not an actual solution to the problem, but they rather shift it in time. Within this context, we understand that the energy crisis of 2021 is a crisis of both the past and the future. And speaking about the future, I want to emphasize once more on the fact that to find viable solutions for this crisis, the basic requirements that we propose is a transparent institutional framework based on the principle of equality and energy democracy. So I have to thank you for the invitation, because events such as this help us to hear the stakeholders and the key players to place on issues that we as a party have in the first priority. So thank you for your attention.
Okay, I would like to invite the two distinguished speakers that will participate in the next panel. Mr. Dagoumas and Mr. Poulikas. Okay, thank you both for participating in this interesting panel. We have to speed up a little bit. Sorry for that. And allow me to start with our guest. Okay, so Mr. Poulikas, he's the chairman of the Cyprus Energy Regulatory Authority. So we are very privileged to have the leaders of regulatory authorities in Greece and in Cyprus. So, Mr. Poulikas, the existing market design in Cyprus, do you think that it can support the energy transition? And which design issues are critical for the energy transition and support especially the renewable energy systems?
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. Let me start first from the history of the energy markets. Actually, regulation for the energy sector began with the corporatization, as we remember, desegregation and privatization of the energy sector since 1990. States implemented these reforms at their own pace and each on their own way. At that time, the system was effectively in a steady state condition. Inputs and outputs and production and delivery technologies were known and with near certainty. The energy transition now underway is dismantling these conditions. Stability and linearity are being replaced by uncertainty and complexity. While uncertainty begins in the physical systems of the production, of the storage, of the consumption, invades the market and the regulatory framework as well as the governance as well. So those, the regulation and the governance sit at top of these physical systems. And there are various questions raised. First question is how to minimize curtailments for solar and wind, and at the same time increasing the penetration of the renewable energy sources. How to accelerate investments, for example, in transmission and distribution in order to sustain the energy transition. How to accelerate investments in storage technologies, and also how to move maybe towards hydrogen economy and at what cost. So is the new market being designed to serve all those issues? In effect, the regulatory system no longer views consumer, and it was mentioned before, as people just using electricity, installing appliances, installing solar technologies or storage at their premises. Instead, the consumers now are increasingly treated as market participants or as energy traders who take the market position based on contracts they choose to enter. This means that we need to rethink on the redesign of the electricity market. Since the current electricity market actually works in theory based on the supply and the demand principle, but we still support optimal operation and investments. For example, the short-term spot price signal is essential to ensure dispatch of all assets and flexibility resources. Therefore, marginal pricing should be maintained. Also, the unit-based bidding is superior to the portfolio-based bidding. The central scheduling market architecture is superior to the self-scheduling system, and so on and so on. Of course, in the case of emergency, as we had during the current crisis, we have available the various intervention policies, such as the ex-ante market mitigation options. But it's important to mention that the European Union internal electricity market can support, can finance the energy transition. Which actually allows the integration of renewable energy sources in the electricity market. By meaning allows the integration of renewable energy sources in the internal electricity market, that means that the renewable energy sources can participate in the market with the same rights, but also with the same obligations as with the conventional technologies, meaning that the renewable energy sources have the same obligations as the conventional producers on reserve and on balancing issues. So let me close by mentioning that the European Union internal electricity market, which is based on the target model, which we will adopt in Cyprus maybe by the next year. We are now in a transitional phase. Acts as a catalyst for the energy transition, which promotes the integration of renewable energy sources. In Cyprus, we have built the target model based on the net pool model. That means that renewable energy sources are entering the market with the same rights and same obligations, as I mentioned before, as the conventional technologies. And also, the electricity market can support the financing of the energy transition. Thank you.
I think that you will be busy for the next time period, quite busy, but I would never think what would happen with the Greek Regulatory Authority, which is now Regulatory Authority for Waste, Energy and Water. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Dagoumas, what are the priorities of the new Regulatory Authority and what are the main challenges under these recently extended responsibilities?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the introduction. It's my pleasure for being here, and as you know, I'm a member of the society and a professor in energy economics. So please allow me to give also an academic perspective on what we have done. As you know, we have extended our responsibilities. We think we have done our work with professionalism. That's why many regulators in Europe ask for our support, which is not very common for Greek regulators. So practically, we have updated our structure to the new regulation, to the new legal framework. And we are now waiting for the political decisions for supporting us because we lost several of staff and especially senior staff. So in order to be able to commit with even more professionalism, we will expect the support from the state on those important issues. But it's important as priorities to identify that always the regulator will protect the public interest and the consumer. That's why it's important to provide you some examples on the way we think, because we have also a discussion on rethinking energy markets. So please allow me to show how we have been adapted to modern regulation. So if you see it from academic perspective, classical regulation concerns command and control. So in that sense, you set the rules and then you control if these rules are applied. This is the way, for example, that has been elaborated for many years. For example, for the debt from the retailers to the network operators who have implemented fines. Those fines are appealed, they go to the courts, they take several years, and the result is not so successful in the level of debt. On the other hand, the modern regulation concerns behavioral insights based on the work of the nudge theory from the Nobel laureate Richard Thaler, and the professor of Harvard, Kassenstein, that say that it's better to nudge, to push the market participants towards one target. So in that sense, we have decided to have the positive reference of the companies that do not owe money, and this has led to very short time to the rapid reduction of debt at the levels of about $500 million for many years to few millions. So it was a very successful result of modern regulation, the nudging theory. Another example of modern regulation is, as you know, in the European framework, we discuss about the active consumers. This is the directive in 1943 and 94 that wants active demand participation of the active consumers. In that sense, you know that in the Greek regulator, we have done a lot of digitalization of our services, and we have taken several awards over the last years. So we have developed several tools for price comparison tools, energy cost. Now we're developing for charging cost for electric vehicles. We have developed tools for the consumer's complaint, my.ri, and we are now extending this to incorporate energy mediation for supporting consumers. We also developed some tools for energy saving, like electricity cost calculator and building energy saving, to help to engage consumers to understand the bills and energy saving. And we also developing some other tools for giving the capability to the consumers to make complaints like whistleblowing for the energy sector. All these tools, they engage the consumers. And please allow me to make a parallelism. In the same way that big companies like Airbnb, Uber, Amazon, they don't owe assets, but they create a marketplace where these asset owners participate and are active in and give value in a marketplace. In the same way, with all these tools, we engage consumer, we create a consumer place where the consumer have an active role. We show already these tools that have very successful results. For example, the complaints have been decreased 6 times in the period, of course, with the intervention of the state, with a crucial role of the regulator, as you know. So we think that transforming the regulator from a B2B to B2C relationship is something innovative, and this has gained a lot of interest from other foreign regulators, and they ask for their support. Of course, we have a lot of work to do, and we are developing step by step our services to the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dagoumas. For Cyprus, which is located in the southeastern Mediterranean, Mr. Poulikas, and as we know, the huge natural gas reserve and also a distinct renewable potential. So how can these assets help Cyprus overcome the disadvantage of being an isolated energy pillar in the region and become climate neutral?
First, let me start with the characteristics of isolated systems of isolated energy systems. First, we have high fuel cost because in most of these systems we are using oil derivatives, and also in the case of a member state, which is the case of Cyprus, the cost of the CO2 emissions as well. Also, the economics of scale cannot be adequately exploited in such small isolated systems because with the introduction of large units, that means in the case of a fault, we will have large interruptions of electricity or maybe a blackout in the small or in the isolated system. Also, in such systems, we need to maintain high capacity reserves. That means higher cost. As a rule of thumb, the smaller the system, the higher the cost. Now, in the case of Cyprus, we have in terms of renewable energy sources, today almost 700 megawatt installed capacity, around 520 megawatt of photovoltaics, 150 megawatt of wind, as well as 30 megawatt of biomass. And also in terms of conventional technologies, we have around 1,500 megawatt of conventional technologies using heavy fuel oil and diesel. Now, with the increasing penetration of renewable energy sources in the island, that means that the reliability of the system is affected, and therefore we need to take actions. And we already started taking actions. First, in short term, to introduce storage as well as natural gas to the island to make the system more flexible, using, of course, renewable energy sources, and also the promotion of e-mobility as well, especially the V2G technology. And as you all know, this is a bidirectional technology that actually can actually inject electricity to and from the vehicles. Also, in the middle term, the plan is to establish an electricity interconnection with the internal electricity market of the European Union. And in fact, Cyprus is the only member state that is not electrically interconnected. And in the long term, the plan is to proceed with the production of hydrogen coming from natural gas reforming, and also green hydrogen from renewable energy sources. And this comes to the, let's say, regional cooperation from the Southeast Mediterranean region countries, that is Egypt, Israel, Cyprus, Greece as well. We know that we have the natural gas reserves from Egypt, the natural gas reserves from Israel, the potential natural gas reserves from Cyprus, and also the potential gas reserves from Greece. This is one resource that can be exploited. Also, we have solar resources in the Southeast Mediterranean region, as well as in some areas, wind as well. So by combining all these three resources, we can actually produce hydrogen, and in the long term, for the region to become exported of energy, of sustainable energy to the European Union. Also, in terms of Cyprus, Cyprus can become a climate neutral by 2050 by setting targets by 2050 to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 100%, for example. But in order to achieve this, we need, first of all, to have a plan, as I mentioned before. We need to exploit the natural gas reserves in Cyprus, as well the potential of all renewable energy sources, which is mainly solar, with the production of green hydrogen. And by then, we can then transform the electricity system of Cyprus, the energy system of Cyprus, to a smart and digitized system, flexible system, decentralized, electrically interconnected, as well as interconnected with pipelines, natural gas pipelines in the first run, but also hydrogen ready for hydrogen production and then transportation in the future, but maybe virtual pipelines as well. So by 2050, we may have the state of Cyprus, the island of Cyprus, climate neutral by using hydrogen in all sectors, renewable energy sources, storage, and e-mobility.
Thank you. All these new technologies like hydrogen, offshore wind, new interconnections, and also massive growth of renewables, as Mr. Poulikas have mentioned them, are, critical pillars for the energy transition. So for Greece, what are the main challenges arising from the implementation of these technologies for the Greek energy market and also for the Greek energy system, Mr. Rakoumas?
I think a clear framework has to be identified. This concerns that the ministry to identify the national climate and energy plan, the regulator to adapt all the regulatory framework needed, the operators, network operators and market operators to make the appropriate changes. Concerning the regulator, of course, we have digitalized all the process for licensing and for auctions, which have created a lot of competition in the market. We also push the market operator and the network operators to make changes in the relevant market participation of demand response and renewables in order to have more competition in the market. The network operators have a crucial role, and that's why in the market reform plan we have already incorporated the TSO, DSO coordination, because it's very crucial for the identification of reserves, for the identification of the network capability of the capacity that can be implemented. And of course, the market participants have to make decisions on market-based also, not only on support schemes, in order those developments to take place. That's why several PPAs already take place, which is something that we didn't have in the previous years. And all of us have to be professional in our commitments. Surely, the main challenges concern the stability of the energy system because of the rapid penetration of the renewables. So it's very important to have also a penetration of storage as well as of voltage regulators, reactive powers, or other assets that the network operators will identify in order those assets to be able to participate in the market and to eliminate curtailments for the future. It's very important, the system security, and always for the regulator and the state, of course, is the elimination of the total energy system cost for the energy transition.
I really thank you both for the insightful discussion. It was a little bit fast, but we need to catch up on time, so the world is taking. Thank you very much. And I would like to call Mr. Pefanis, who will lead the next panel.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. I'm moderating a very interesting, hopefully fruitful panel. Our panel has to do with unleashing the Greek renewable energy sector potential in the REPowerEU era. So without further ado, and since we're really short of time and we need to catch things up, I'd like to call up to the stage first Mr. Konstantinos Mavros, the CEO of PPC Renewables, Mr. Arstotevis Hadavas, head of Europe area for Enel Green Power and also the president of Solar Power Europe, Mrs. Alia Valkouma, the president and CEO of HAEE Renewables, Mr. Panagiotis Zoumas, the director and member of the executive committee of Howden, And last but not least, Alexis Goibet, the country manager for Voltalia Greece. So we're still expecting Mr. Dumas, but due to time constraints, we will go on. We'll start with our panel. And it's a really broad spectrum of things to cover. And we have a really panel of people who have deep knowledge in the field and have literally invested billions in the market. So I'd like to start with Mr. Mavros and, more or less setting up the stage, but also giving us the framework. We're discussing green transition, and it's an undisputable national goal. No one can disagree on this one. So putting your money where your mouth is, you have invested and you have completed significant investment in this direction. Do you think that, given what's happening in the market, but also globally, at the end of the day, will we be able to meet the goal? It's a really tight frame that we need to adhere to. So will we be able to make it on time?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for allowing all these thoughts to be presented here today. We are talking about the energy transition itself, and I'd like to split it into a twofold approach. One would be the quantitative one, and I would like to talk a bit on the qualitative level of the transition itself. So 4 years ago, we were envisaging the energy transition and our own Green Deal within PPC Group. Today, I don't want to talk about a potential green transition, because green transition is there for us, and as we heard from Secretary General Zdoukou, is there for the country. So, Deputy Minister Zdoukou. We are today halfway there. The target is 23 gigawatts by the end of the decade, and we are all working from a similar point of view to make it happen. So if the energy transition is divided into 3 pillars, we are talking about decarbonization, decentralization, and digitization. Regarding decarbonization, we are having our units within PPC Group being decommissioned, and we are on time towards this target. Regarding decentralization, as Professor Dagumas mentioned, there is a democratization of production. Production is being performed everywhere in the country by renewables. And regarding digitization, we need to make sure that all this transition is qualified by digital transition itself to make sure that the system is sustainable and secure, and we all serve the transition itself. Now, talking on the PPC Group strategy, PPC Renewables is serving this purpose. Today, we have under construction already projects of more than 1.5 gigawatts in Greece, and we have a very solid pipeline that exceeds 4 gigawatts to be commissioned within the next 3 to 5 years. Awaiting to conclude and sign off the transaction in Romania, we will be adding up as a regional player additional capacity that at the moment exceeds something 600 megawatts. And as you already know, we have been performing acquisitions in the country aside and in Romania that would allow us to talk about a gigawatt in a very short period of time. If you add all these figures up, we want to make sure we are the incumbent in the Southeastern Europe region. We are working towards this number, and this is the quantitative part of the business. Regarding the qualitative part of the energy transition, it is very important to make sure that the system operates on a secure basis and safely. So we need to make sure that networks are being deployed. There are vast investments. We need to make sure that this happens on time, and this is the main challenge. And at the same time, battery storage will serve as the gatekeeper of the energy transition. So there are efforts. We need to speed up those efforts. We are working towards this target, and I want to mention that in the recent tender, PPC Renewables won. We were very successful, 100 megawatts of battery storage. Having said all that, I believe we will serve the purpose. We are on track. We are on time. And I am quite optimistic on the target if we all work together with our colleagues.
Nice to hear that, and it's really nice to start the panel on a positive note of optimism. I'd like to also welcome to our panel Mr. Simon Lazarus, the Executive Director of Natural Resources from Howden, who will be joining us in this very interesting discussion. And I'd like to move on to Mr. Hadavas. We saw the Greek perspective, but I also want to get a more European/global one. So what should our national goals be in regards to renewable sector development and investment, and what can Greece learn from other European countries? And I'm taking advantage of your role of President of Solar Power Europe to, to answer this question.
Yes, I think, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's my pleasure to be here again in our annual appointment. Things that we face here in Greece are similar to what we face all around Europe. Of course, every country has the peculiarities, its own characteristics, but the main problems are the same. And the priorities could be the national acceptance, the grid constraints that we have from, let's say, different perspectives. There was another issue that we faced recently, which was the supply chain challenges, which is being normalized step by step. And of course, the geopolitical tensions with the Russian invasion in Ukraine. So these are the main, let's say, drivers for the deployment of renewables in every country in Europe. Greece has been one of the most successful countries in terms of accelerating the energy transition, accelerating the deployment of renewables, accelerating investments, attracting investors' interests. It doesn't mean that we did everything correct, but we did a lot of things, a lot of steps ahead to be one of the best European countries in terms of performance. On the other hand, as in my opinion, we should always look at the top, and we should always look for improvements. I have to highlight a couple of things. We, as Enel here in Greece, were among the first ones that faced a lot of troubles with local acceptance in a big flagship investment we did in Kafireas. And we were the first ones who implemented the values of sustainability in order to approach local communities, to add value in your investments, and of course, create shared value together with the local communities. And we are very happy to see many investors afterwards following this paradigm. We as Enel were probably the first ones, or among the first ones, who rang the bell 4 years ago, saying that, look, guys, of course, we need to accelerate the licensing procedure. We need to attract more investments. We need to bring investors. On the other hand, there is a risk for creating a bubble there. There is a risk to have a lot of interest for a limited space. And we saw that this happened afterwards. We saw that there are some curtailments starting in the grid. We saw that the banks are more skeptical in financing solar-only projects, for example. And that's why we proposed 4 years ago that we see the future. We see that a way to accelerate the deployment of renewables is to combine it with storage. And storage should be a fundamental element of our system, of our investments. We were not as fast as we wanted in this, let's say, spectrum. But on the other hand, I think that time is not over. What we say today is that we must be careful in this deployment of storage, because there are different interests, of course, on behalf of the people who are attending the different auctions. And of course, there are conflicting interests. So in my point of view, what is important is to maximize the value of the support that we give to these technologies. And from the moment that you start supporting financially as a state these technologies, you must make sure that they will operate in an optimum way. What does it mean? For us, it's very important, the new storage infrastructure in the country, to be able to absorb energy from the grid, to help the grid locally, to make it easier for other renewable projects to connect in that area, and not to be only customized to the generating facility that loads this battery. So for us, it's very important because this will maximize the deployment and the benefit that we can get from storage. The second thing that is very important is that at last, and in this, let's say, huge interest for the market for investments, it's very important to prioritize what investments are feasible. And what makes an investment feasible? A serious investor with the capability to go fast and deploy, let's say, these investments, a good local acceptance, which is very important, and of course, a project that really benefits the market and doesn't create problems like cannibalization and all these things. So I think that it's very important for the government to prioritize the next investments to address these main topics. So in my point of view, this is my take. What we need to do now is to prioritize technologies that really maximize the value. And second, prioritize the timing in terms of serious investors who are ready to build and implement these investments as fast as possible.
Thank you very much, and thank you for both the global and the local perspective. And you've set up the stage for my next question for Mrs. Valkouma, and I'd like to tap in on your experience both on the local market, but also the use of innovative technologies. So, Mrs. Valkouma, from your point of view, what are the major challenges we're currently facing in regards to the adapting to the new renewable sector and environment in Greece, and how can innovative technologies act as a tool to overcome these challenges?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to thank the Hellenic Organization of Energy and Economics organization for the invitation and the organization of this event, and wish the best success. First of all, I would like to say that right now we are facing a significant transformation in the energy sector because due to the needs that are increasing, let's have in our minds e-mobility, also due to the fact that all the countries are setting very high targets in order to minimize and reduce the CO2 emissions and to face climate change. Also, there are many important needs regarding resilient and reliable energy, and also the needs of being autonomous, because we have seen that energy is acting as, in sometimes, as major cause of conflicts between countries and creating geopolitical issues. So all these parameters that I have mentioned are making what? They are increasing the needs for installed RES capacity. At the same time, of course, we need, on the other hand, we need stability, we need resilience, and also we need reliability, which is the main bet in the future. So as the RES environment is changing, there are several challenges that we are facing. Of course, I also agree with all the previous speakers that these are challenges not only faced in Greece, but also faced worldwide. But there are facts that we have to face and we have to support and solve. So which are the main challenges that we face in Greece? First of all is, as already mentioned, the electricity grid, which in some areas is also saturated, and also the infrastructures that cannot support the needs and the installed capacity and all the projects that are going to come in the future. Also, we are seeing that there is an inability and a weakness to use all the produced energy at the moment that is needed. That's why we have this problem with the curtailment that we are facing those days. Also, another important challenge that we have to face is what we are seeing about the over-concentration of projects in certain areas and the lack of organized establishment of projects. And another technical challenge are the bottlenecks and the very late and long-lasting consent procedures, which sometimes, even if projects are very well organized, almost ruin them. Of course, the Greek government has done steps in that direction, but more steps are needed. Except from those technical challenges, there are also some challenges that we have to mention. These are that we need projects more environmental friendly and with a more sustainable footprint. And also projects that have to be more positively accepted by the local communities. So we understand that are more and more factors and more challenges that are added in the scenery of the RES of the renewables. What can we do now in order to face those challenges? So first of all, as mentioned, storage has to be included in the RES strategy of Greece and in general. When I say included, I mean in a very high percentage in order to be able to to use all the production when is needed and not have all these curtailments and shortcuts that we are facing. It's very important to have projects that can control generation and injection in the grid. And with storage, which is the next big target for Greece and in general worldwide, this is the most optimal way in order to have success in this. What it would be good also to have in our minds, as also innovations were mentioned, is to look for more sustainable and more environmental friendly types of batteries and storage. This would be the bet of the future. Regarding the grid connection, certainly new grid connection, new infrastructures are needed. And we have to, as Greece, as a country, we have to face not only the interconnection inside the national ones, but also the interconnection, which will give us also the ability to produce the energy and give a great amount of the energy also to the other countries as well. Because we really believe that Greece can definitely act as a crossroad of interconnections and as a supplier of energy for other countries as well due to the site it is set. Also, in order to stabilize production, which is a bet, new technologies and more stable technologies in regards of productions of production is needed. Also, the establishment of projects, of hybrid projects that are going to combine, except from the storage part, also photovoltaics and wind projects as well. And what is very important is to add in our energy mix technologies that don't exist right now. For example, such the offshore wind projects, which because of their large scale capacity factor, can definitely support the stability and also these all the targets that we would like to have in order to achieve the stability of our system. Something that I really want also to mention is the involvement and the use of green hydrogen and green ammonia, which also can be a solution to the overproduction of energy. And last but not least, we definitely have to mention technologies such as blockchain, such as artificial intelligence, which can definitely help in order to stabilize production and needs in all stages. And if I may, just a question, what is very important are synergies. Synergies between all the involved stakeholders. If we achieve this, then we can solve everything.
Okay, thank you very much. You really have put up a broad landscape of issues that needs to be tackled. But I also would like to turn to Mr. Lazarus and ask him about another, may I say, new challenge that we are facing. And we've been facing that, especially in Greece, during the last months. And I'm talking about recent events that have highlighted the role of insurance companies and policies as catalysts for resilience. We saw that in Greece, we felt that in our skin. especially during the floods. So are we moving towards a new landscape in this field?
Thank you and good morning. I think one of the things that we should probably say first, I work for an industry as an insurance broker where sometimes we're seen as a necessary evil. Insurance tends to be one of the bottom items on any agenda or any balance sheet. But ultimately, with the change in profile, with the move towards renewables, particularly for climate control, for green net zeros, what we have to do is adapt as an industry to move with the times, to be able to deal with the new technology, to deal with the new product lines, whether it be wind farms, solar power, battery storage. Insurance does actually play an important part in this. A lot of these projects are project financed. Lenders have some very strict requirements within their demands for particularly areas that protect their position, protect their financing, protect their future projects that they're working with. So the industry has to provide a product that adapts and provides the resilience that the market needs. Climate change does play a part. We've seen quite a little bit of movement with regard to actually the wind, the environment, floods, which are making a major change in the way that the world is having to adapt. So the actual market recognise it has a vital role to play. There is a cost, there's a cost, but at the end of the day, you need project certainty, and that project certainty comes through an insurance product itself. What we tend to like to ask is to be involved from basically the start of the journey so that we can actually support, advise, and guide the process. A lot of the time, there are risks which are not insurable, which are commercially taken risks, which have to sit on the balance sheet, but we need to make sure that these kind of areas are identified earlier so that clients can mitigate these. The world is changing, there's no doubt about it. I mean, a colleague just now talked about offshore. Offshore is a very risky environment as you need to move further and further offshore with bigger and bigger turbines and the cabling that is required to go with it and the associated risks that go with it. A lot of the risks do come from the AC/DC cables and from the installation programs. So the wordings and the markets that we utilize and their support is very much critical in that process, and will continue to adapt. But the main thing we need to be, and I think this is an important part from supporting the industry and supporting the development of technologies, is to be proactive, not reactive. And that's what we're here to do.
Thank you very much, and I really keep that. Being proactive definitely plays a more important role. We've seen things happening, and we need to adapt to them before they escalate or before they happen again. So to finish the first round of our discussion, I'd like to turn to Mr. Goibet, and we definitely talked a lot about green transition, and the national plan forecasts an additional 11 to 12 gigawatts of both photovoltaic and wind projects to be commissioned before 2030. That's a really huge amount of energy. So do you think that everything is in place to achieve these ambitious targets, or could we be missing something and find ourselves into a dire situation sometime down the road?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. So I think it's, as you said, it's a really very ambitious target. We are speaking about 1.5 gigawatt to be implemented every year for the next 7 years. It has never been done before in Greece, so it's I think it's really important to realize the size and the ambitions of the target. I think the good news is that we have already a lot of the pieces of the puzzle which are available to reach this target. I would mention the land, for instance. There is enough land to carry out this target. If we just take a figure, we can say that it represents 0.1% of the land, total land of Greece. So the land, I would not say, is the main issue. We have also companies. We have a lot of companies which can develop projects efficiently. We can implement them. So we have the actors required to carry out this target. We have seen that there are already a lot of projects with grid connection offer, much more than the 11 gigawatts which are required. But maybe one piece of the puzzle which is really important and which have not been discussed enough, I would say, is the necessity of fixed income. The renewable energy is an infrastructure project, and when you do the investment, you do it once, and then you have no way to adjust your cost of production to your revenue. So when you have this kind of profile of the cost profile, you need to have fixed income to cover this fixed cost profile. Fixed revenue can come only from a long-term contract. A long-term contract because the investment has to be amortized on a long period, and the national plan is speaking about 4 gigawatts of corporate PPAs. I think it's an ambitious target. It means we need to find 4 gigawatts of corporate companies which are bankable, which are able to sign long-term contract at fixed price. It can be achieved, but it's challenging. But even if you reach this 4 gigawatts, there's still a 7 gigawatts where we need to find a fixed income. And that can only come through tenders. There's no other way to, or you fix a feed-in tariff, that's not efficient. The most efficient way is to go through tender. But this means that we would need soon to announce the plan of at least 1 gigawatt of tender per year for renewable energy project for the next 7 years. It's simple mathematics. You need 7 gigawatts with fixed income, and you need. So what I'm expecting to see in the coming months would be the announcement of a plan of having this tender every year, and not only to the announcement, of course, to make sure it's realized in the coming years.
So thank you very much, and I will definitely take that last proposal into account. Stability and fixed pricing is very, very important in a long-term market. So moving on to the second round of questions, I'd like to ask our panelists to be a tad shorter on their responses. We really are short of time, and we have to keep our pace for the ambassador who comes up next. So moving on again to Mr. Mavros, I'd like to stick to the PPC Renewables company and ask a more specific question. You play a pivotal role in the shift from fossil fuels and especially carbon towards sustainable renewable energy sources, especially in certain parts of Greece. So how is this task coming along, and what are the major challenges you are facing towards shifting from the one technology to the other?
Thank you. One thing I want to say is that taking into perspective the group's view, so PPC Group, we have a very, very global approach. We want to become a regional player. Greece is becoming steadily a local superpower for renewables, and I want to mention 5 facts. So one is we are very competitive, and we are also forming coalitions with tier 1 players like RWE. So we are on the world map with a very massive project. B, we have already signed off more than 1 gigawatts in bilateral PPAs. C, we have already been very competitive in the first hybrid projects in the island of Astypalea. We are present in the auctions with battery storage. D, we are the first ones to have built a pumped hydro in the country. And last but not least, we have a very global approach towards the northern boundaries. So we believe we are there with a very massive business plan of certain billions, and we're going to make it happen. All this creates challenge, twofold approach again. One is the external challenges, which are obviously the grid itself. We need to move with the grid investments to make sure all the energy transition is supported. B, We need to support further battery storage and any kind of storage to make sure that the grid is stable, electricity production is stable. And internal challenges, we need to make sure we can manage all these investments because we have a massive business plan. Up to date, we are doing it, and I believe we are doing it successfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for putting the broader perspective into the picture, and also highlighting those challenges and also ending on a positive note, because we need the green transition at the end of the day. So speaking about investments, moving on to Mr. Hadavas, you recently announced a $500 million deal with Macquarie Asset Management, which is one of the largest in the sector. And that does mean something. It's a lot of money on the table. So what are the next steps, and how will that deal impact the market in general? Because it's one of those market-defining deals.
Yes, I think, yesterday I was reading an article, and it was showing a table. And this table, on the left column, you were seeing that the top utility in terms of market cap was Enel. And on the other side, you were seeing that the top infra fund in terms of capital raised was Macquarie. So we are happy enough also as employees of this joint venture. But in my opinion, we should be very happy and proud as Greeks that in Greece, these two giants in energy join forces in terms of continuing an aggressive investment plan and being able to help the country towards the energy transition. So in my point of view, these moves signalize trust for the country, trust for the potential of the country, and can really motivate similar investments in other market players. We could see other infrastructure funds coming in the future, joining forces with other, let's say, goods, energy companies that we have in the country. And for us, in my opinion, is a very good opportunity because in the last years, we have managed to build a credible energy industry in the country, an industry that is ready also to start doing business again in nearby countries and also abroad, internationally. For us, it's a very big opportunity, and I think that this is also a very big challenge for the government, because from the honeymoon to a not very pleasant situation, sometimes the distance is very small. So in my point of view, we should grab this opportunity, understand better what could provoke such moves and investments, and what can make these investments a reality, and do these steps. Because otherwise, we may demotivate and create issues in the credibility of our energy sector.
Thank you very much. And I really liked your comment about how short the distance is from the honeymoon to the trouble. So we definitely need to be on our toes because things can change. And
the ones who are in renewables in the last 25 years in this country have seen it at least twice. So we don't want a third time.
I definitely agree with that. So on a similar note, but also taking advantage of your dual role, because Fire Renewables has a specific role in this one, being also a company that operates, but also part of a business with a global fund. So, Ms. Valkouma, I'd like to ask you if you believe, based on your experience, of course, that Greece remains a desirable investment destination for international funds, as a follow-up, of course, to Mr. Hadavas, and also what measures must be taken in order to sustain this investment appetite, so as in order not to run dry a few years down the line?
Yes, definitely. Greece continues to be an interesting investment destination, and that's why Fire Renewables and Cap Energy 5, because this is the French fund that is cooperating with us, it's here in Greece. So we'll start from the very obvious. First of all, Greece combines a variety of natural resources, sea, wind, sun. This is something that we all accepted. Also, right now has a stable economic environment, which is very positive for investors. Of course, we all know that more steps have to be done, but right now, yes, we believe that the environment is acceptable, stable. Also, Greece has increased double twice these last years its targets for renewable energy, which of course shows that the government, the country believes that there is a great perspective and a great potential regarding renewables, and also shows the serious commitment of the country. Also, Greece has, according to our opinion, a strategic geographical position, and this has to be exploited in the most wise way in order Greece to be an energy hub. So this is also a parameter that can be very attractive for funds. Also, Greece has a local content supply chain, as well as serious companies involved in the sector and also experts in this sector as well. So all these are factors that combined all together really make Greece an attractive destination. On the other hand, of course, as you said, as you asked, there are issues that have to be faced and also have to be resolved. So what the fund wants? The fund wants a stable environment, a stable governmental environment, political environment, and also financial environment, and also needs to have the ability to make mid-term predictions. So something we really don't want and nobody wants is changes every 3 or 6 months in the legislation and so on. Also, a fund wants a banking system that can be very easily adapted to all modification and all new market conditions without delays. We believe that the Greek banks can do this, but of course, a lot of work has to be done. And also, we want fast and stable procedures in all ways of the legislation procedure. So, and last but not least, and I will go to the first question you asked me, we want all these challenges that were set to be solved, and then we really believe that everything can lead to a success.
Thank you very much. And I think that the most important, the buzzword in your own answer was stability. What Greece definitely needs is stability. We don't want things to be shifting. And Mr. Lazarus, stability is also in your field of expertise as well as, and as a follow-up to what we discussed before, it's a completely new environment. Things have been changing a lot in the last few months, may I say. So what I want to ask you is, between the developers, but also the lenders, what measures must they take in order to safeguard the stability and the resilience of their environments, and to act as a shield from all events, and especially from a fiscal perspective, what does that mean for their business plan and their investment strategy?
Yeah, you should ask them. I think from our perspective, as I said, what we look at is providing certainty, the resilience and the certainty behind protecting an investment in a program. To do that, you need to identify the exposures and the risks that potentially could be on the table or could be coming down the road. You can never foresee everything, but what we do and what I think lenders look for is, with regard to protection on their investment to the degree that products that sit in the insurance world can provide, and then being aware of those areas which they then need to take on themselves and protect their own position through mitigation. As I mentioned earlier, I think the whole environment between the lenders, the investors, and the actual projects themselves are ever changing as new concepts come out, as new developments are moving within the sustainability area. I mean, blue and green hydrogen were mentioned earlier. LNG is obviously an area that's moving fast into the world. Greece is very much a leader in that at the moment. And this is where, we as a company recognize we have to be ahead of the game. Howdens is internationally known as one of the leading renewable companies, the sustainability companies globally, as well as here in Greece. But at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we provide advice and support to the industry to make sure that we're not an impediment in the way of delivering the investment to the project, and to make sure that the project moves smoothly and has, as you said, the resilience to stand up in the event of any potential incident that could derail it. Revenue protection is obviously critical, and that is something which is very much in the eyes of the investor, to protect their long-term range and continue to invest in what is an ever-changing world.
So thank you very much. Once again, the keyword was stability, but also resilience, and the last but not least, revenue protection, because we've seen a lot of projects not being adequately protected, and that leads to a domino effect between developers and lenders and everybody in between.
Yeah, I think one thing just to say that when you look at expense, and revenue protection is an expensive expense to protect, it is a recognition that if you don't have cash flow and you don't have revenue protection in place, it can actually have an impact on the sustainability of the company as well.
And moving back to Mr. Goybert, I'd like you to, for the final question, to give us a more down the road perspective. So what I mean by that, the objective of Greece is to be carbon neutral by 2050. And that's a very important objective for the country, but also optimistic one, given the fact that it will require something like 48 gigawatts to be added into the system from 2030 to 2050. Can that goal be delivered?
Yeah, first of all, I would like just to say that what is striking is that this objective is not an option. I mean, being carbon neutral by 2050 is really, I mean, the events in Greece of the last 2 months, the extreme weather events, have really shown that, I mean, Greece and the other countries have to become carbon neutral in the long run by 2050. So there's not an option. And as you said, for Greece, it will require another 48 gigawatts to be added for the next between 2030 and 50. It's 2.4 gigawatt per year. So we are really at the beginning of the process, and of course there will be challenges. It's difficult today to know exactly how it will evolve, but we can mention that there will be challenges in attracting investment. It will be a time where all the countries and most of the countries will go for carbon neutrality. So there will be lots of countries where money will be required. We'll have also, of course, to check the supply chain. Will be enough equipment for all the countries to become carbon neutral. And then on a more local level, I would say the big challenge for me would be the grid. Today, the grid can accommodate 7 gigawatts, maybe a bit more, but it will have to accommodate 70 gigawatts. And developing the grid, so it's a massive requirement for the development of the grid, and that takes time. You know, you need planification, you need impact studies, permitting, investments. So it's really, I mean, something I think we should hear also about in the coming months and years, to say what is exactly the plan and have visibility, not only in the next 5 or 10 years for the grid, but up to 2050. And then maybe the last challenge I see also is, in fact, this change will come from all the energy sector, not only the electricity, which should move to a green energy. It means transportation, industries, heating system. So it's really it's a key element that to see in the coming months, coming years, adequate policies to make sure that the transport sector industries are moving to green energy.
Thank you very much. And definitely the grid is a very, very important challenge down the road. So I'd like to finish the conversation with a very, very short question to everybody. Given what we heard, on a scale of 1 to 10, how optimistic are you about the sector in the next few years? And really answer me with a number, or like a really short answer. Mr. Mavros?
Absolutely.
So like a
That
10?
goes to 10.
Mr. Hadavas?
8.
Mrs. Valkuma?
I will say 10. But synergies are needed.
Mr. Lazarus?
I have to say 10 because we, we service the industry and we want to live with it and support and help it move along.
And last but not least, Mr. Goibet?
I would like to say 10 also, but I would tend for more 7 or 8.
Okay, so we're definitely finishing this panel on a positive note, something between a median of 9 point something. So really optimistic on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll be taking a very short break and we'll be revealing at exactly at noon for our next panel. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that we have all our guests as well from the nice break of the weather that we had now to join us inside the room for our next discussion, our next panel about energy cooperation and investments, investment drivers towards 2030 with our esteemed guest speakers, keynote speaker, the ambassador of the United States to the Hellenic Republic, Mr. George Tsounis. We also have with us the CEO of Howden, Greece and Cyprus, Mr. Dimitris Tsesmetzoglou. And I would like to make an announcement about a small modification in the program that Ms. Eleni Vretou, the CEO of Attica Bank, unfortunately cannot be with us for a serious personal issue. However, we will have with us on the discussion Ms. Valérie Ducrot, who is the Managing Director of the Global Gas Center, who is one of our supporters, long-time supporters of this event as well, coming from us from Geneva. So if I may, I will ask now our speakers to join me in the discussion. Thank you.
So, I will start with the ambassador, Ambassador Tsounis. We have been discussing a lot for the past few years how excellent the relationship between Greece and the US has been in many fronts. Obviously, today we are discussing about the energy transition, and the main topic of our three-day conference is energy-related issues. And we have really seen the support and the great influence that the US energy policy has had also to EU/Greek energy developments over the past few years. And among other things, energy security, other than the energy transition, has been very closely interrelated, especially following the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. So, you know, having US LNG embarking and saving the day in many instances here in Europe and particularly in Greece, what do you think is the role of the US now towards the diversification of all the energy sources and the new state of play that we see in the energy sector here in our country?
Thank you very much for your question. I want to give you a very short historical perspective as to why this work, this discussion, this conference is important. Europe essentially for years sole sourced energy to the Russians. And, you know, it was cheaper. They used it as a geostrategic tool, but they also used it in a very extortive manner. So they would shut the spigot off when it suited them. And they undermined democracies by doing so, as they can turn the lights off in the country every time they wanted. So when you talk about energy transition, it's energy diversification and it's sustainability. So with energy diversification, I want to speak to it in terms of what you said, the war in Ukraine, which highlighted the fact that we needed to diversify our energy sources so that we are independent, that everyone is independent, and they won't be under the thumb of Gazprom or the Kremlin. And Europe has done a very good job of doing that. They move very, very quickly. Greece has been a leader in that front. Now, why? Well, by virtue of real estate. A lot of countries that are in dire need of help, like Moldova, which Greece is helping through reverse flow, is landlocked. Serbia, North Macedonia, landlocked. And they traditionally have only received their energy sources from Russia. And those are more difficult problems to fix, but we're actually moving in that direction to do so. Greece, by nature of the fact that it has an expansive coastline, Revithusa, that it had infrastructure that was already in place and by happenstance had been expanded, was in a position to intake LNG. Given that there's over 300 days of sunshine here, they were also in a position to be a leader in renewables. But let me finish the geostrategic argument, which is a diversification of energy. Rebethusa, the expansion of Rebethusa, FSUs in Rebethusa, FSRU in Alexandroupoli, a second FSRU in Alexandroupoli, and 2 or 3 more that are contemplated around the country. In addition to geostrategic posture, but it also, it also creates an alternative to Russia. This competition is really important, as Greece is being an energy provider, which leads to prosperity, which leads to peace and stability. So that energy transition, that diversification is very important. Now, it's further important in that we're talking about a sustainable future. Greece has been a leader, a top 10 country in Europe in terms of renewables. That's by virtue of the fact that this is their ethos. There's a lot of sun, there's a lot of wind, and they're transitioning very, very nicely to being a global leader in renewables. And the amount of investments that are being made, many, through US companies, whether it be US equipment that's being used, turbines, or the building out of the largest wind park in Greece, or the solar investments. US companies are investing in Greece, not only from an LNG point of view, but from a renewable point of view. So lignite will be, in the very near future, completely out of the energy mix in Greece. That is a good thing, in that it is consistent with our decarbonization goals. As Greece is building out not only renewable infrastructure that will speak to Europe's energy security, but also lead the way in sustainability and decarbonization. So I think what you're doing today is very important, to continue to shine a spotlight on this, and continue, as we all continue, the United States, our European allies here, and Greece, to continue to push on this work.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I will come now to Dimitris. Mr. Tsernozoglou, we understand that insurance plays a key role. We had a panel discussion just before our break where this has been exposed as well, that the fact that, it's the necessary evil sometimes. That's how we look at insurance. But indeed, this is the main enabler of many investments. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, and what is your view on this, running one of the biggest brokerage firms here in Greece?
Well, thank you, Costa. Thank you. Well, what a day to talk about insurance. At 4 a.m., we had thunderstorms. I had three kids, 2 dogs, and a cat. Luckily, the turtles turned up at 7 a.m. And it was, we see the climate change like we've never seen it before. You cannot foresee what is going to happen. I mean, we had not even near events like that in London, and where you had rain, sun, and snow the same day. And look what is happening now. It's becoming the norm. So to be honest, we heard Mr. Mavros talk about the decarbonization, all the Ds, about the digitalization. We have to redesign the insurance sector as well. In many effects, some facts that we know, it's estimated that you're going to have about 9 trillion investments per year for the energy transition in the next decade. This is a huge number, and it requires a huge effort to try and respond and cover all the exposures that come up. Because actually, insurance, I think Simon said it before, insurance is the backstop to everything. I mean, you cannot invest unless you have a wrap-up, unless you know that your investment is secure, unless you know that your risks are covered. You cannot protect your balance sheet without insurance. So investments cannot be affected without insurance, and and yet again, the insurance industry has not understood well the actual risks that are coming up. Because in insurance, what we do is we look at the past, we model the numbers, we come up with the data, we bring the price, and we give the capacity, because we can model things and the probabilities of these things happening, of these events happening. Well, how can you model something that is so new as the transition that we're facing going forward? We don't have data. We don't have the climate is changing the whole environment. It's things that we cannot foresee. So there's a lot of challenges that are coming up, and people have to invest in the sector, because insurance works with investors as well, that they can't actually quite understand what the future brings. And that's a huge challenge. We have, in the next few decades, it's a fact that that about 50% of the population will be exposed to extreme events. Either they are heat or floods or whatever. We never had floods in Greece. Look at what's happening now. The biggest event, insurance event ever to hit Greece, it's actually going to be the floods that we had. Since now we thought it was earthquakes. It's not earthquakes, it's floods.
In September.
Yeah, in September, exactly. So, I mean, how can you model that, or who can model that? From 2017 until today, we have legal cases. The legal cases coming from to the green energy investors or whatever, they have doubled. From 800, they went to 2,200. Most of them are in the US, but still, they're coming into Europe, because we know that everything is is starting from the US, especially legal cases, and then coming into Europe. So how can you cover those? Because at the end of the day, investments, there are investment managers, look at the chain, investment managers taking decisions to invest in companies who invest in green energy. Now, investments sometimes go wrong. So there's class actions going back all the way to the managers of these investments. And they must have insurance in order to protect their own assets. So if there is no insurance available, they can't take the right decisions. And that's a vicious circle. So whichever way you look at it, I mean, as in the insurance industry, we're trying to make every effort to cover all these risks, but we have to understand them. And as a closing remark, I think what is the most important thing is to have a strategic partnership with the industry. The manufacturers, the governments, the financiers, and the insurance need to come and have a strategic partnership to understand and respond in these challenges that we have. Because at the end of the day, it's a timing issue. We have to run it fast, and we have to respond fast. So without strategic partnerships, this is going to be very hard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. You definitely gave us a broad, overview of the importance of insurance in this business, and in the part of the energy transition, which now I will turn my question to Valerie. From the very beginning, when we started this energy transition symposium, the Global Gas Center has shown a lot of interest to participate and support our discussions. And I'm saying this because we have heard even this morning that, yes, indeed, the energy transition means a lot of green investments in renewable energy sources, in wind and sun. But natural gas plays a very key role in that. And we have seen it, especially when we are looking at the specific case of each country, where we know that the energy system of every single country, even at our European Union level, is completely different. As the ambassador said, lignite operations, lignite plants are shutting down here, so we are decarbonizing through that means. But at the same time, we have other countries like France, as you know very well, where the target for renewables in Greece is 80%, in France is 30%, because nuclear is kind of dominating there. In this play, natural gas has a very key role to play, and I think we have been hearing in the past natural gas as the bridge to the energy transition. You never liked that expression, as most of the members of the gas center. So where do we see natural gas now, especially with the change in the business model, where we see more and more LNG coming in? Is it on?
Do you hear me? Yeah. Kostas, do you allow me to say that natural gas is a green energy? I think it's important. At the Global Gas Center, we have it's a platform of gas company, energy companies from all over the world. I'm just back from Indonesia for the Energy Week because Indonesia was the hosting country, and we see LNG is part of the equation. We cannot say it's a bridge fuel or whatever. The bridge, we don't know what it means. It's part of the equation. And when we are talking about, I like what you just mentioned, strategic partnership. Strategic partnership, it is a key element when we are talking about energy. We all know that we need to invest in renewable energy everywhere as far as we can, but we need a backup. If you are in Bangladesh, if you are in Indonesia, if you are in Greece, if you are in France, we need a backup. Sometimes, you mentioned France, it's nuclear, fine. Other country, it's a gas, but gas is everywhere needed. In the Global Gas Center, we have two US big companies that are members, Cheniere and Tellurian. When we see the investment of Cheniere this year in Europe, they just signed two major contracts with Equinor and just recently in Germany with BASF. I think they are key players for the energy transition. And we all know that we will need, I'm sorry to say that, but fossil molecules for the coming decades. And as you were talking about investment, we need investment in infrastructure. Otherwise, we all know that the social acceptabilities of the price of energy in Europe is a key element. Look at what's going on in the UK, in other countries. We need to have an affordable energy, but it's not something virtual. What does it mean, affordable energy? When we see the everywhere, I'm living in Switzerland, in the 1st of January 2024, there will be an increase in all electricity bills. Even in Switzerland, which is a rich country, how are we going to do that? So we need gas as an affordable energy, and we have strategic partners like the US, but of course we need to diversify all kinds of resources, and the security of supply in Europe is key. Greece as well, for sure.
Thank you, Valerie. I will turn it back to the ambassador, and based on what we have heard as well, where do you see the main sectors of focus from U.S. companies when we're looking at the Greek market? Is it more towards the green investments, infrastructure, or still is infrastructure related to natural gas, for example, or natural gas power plants?
Well, it's a little of both. It's certainly not lignite, and it's certainly moving towards decarbonization. So our DFC has been in Greece often, looking at energy, but looking through energy with a preference through a decarbonization lens. There are proposed investments that are electrical interconnectors that can start producing energy through a fossil fuel and then transition to producing electricity through renewables. And we think that's consistent with where the world should be going. It's going to transition. LNG is in reality, because it's important to keep the lights on and the operating rooms at hospitals working and factories working. LNG is going to be part of the energy mix for many, many years. I personally do not believe that the enemy of the perfect should be the vast improvement. I would love to live in the world where we could have everything renewable, but the sun doesn't always shine. It's not always windy, and LNG is going to be a part of the energy mix for many, many years to come. So it's important that we rid ourselves from lignite and coal as quickly as possible and continue the transition to decarbonization and sustainability. U.S. companies are making investments everywhere in Greece. Not only are LNG tankers coming into the Bethusa, not only will they come into, at the end of the year, they'll come into the FSRU in Alexandroupoli, that the U.S. is the largest LNG provider to Greece now, and that percentage is increasing exponentially as the Russian number is coming down. But they're making huge investments. I mean, Amoresco 547 is making huge investments in renewables in Greece. And by the way, I'm proud of the work that Greece and the ministry is doing. They are a top 10 country in Europe in renewables. I had a meeting 2 weeks ago with the Minister of Energy and Environment and his staff, and they were very focused on offshore wind, as they thought that was the future. I mean, the amount of gigawatts that they're looking to bring into the system, and much more than they need for domestic use, but with an eye on being an energy exporter to not only accommodate their domestic use, but the Greeks understand very well that they need to help other countries to the north, whether it's reverse flow, whether it's creating a south to north corridor for electricity, LNG. They need to help their neighbors. Bulgaria would not have gotten through the winter if it wasn't for Greece. Greece is now reverse flowing, beginning the process of reverse flowing into Macedonia. I think you will see the Greeks playing a leading role as with the help of not only its European allies and investments in European allies, but also the Americans, as foreign direct investment in this country, particularly in energy, is at a record high. So the Greeks are not only leaders in renewables, in energy transition, in energy sustainability. The Greeks are not only a leader in becoming an energy hub and exporter for Southeast Europe. They're understanding that to have European integration of the Balkan countries, they need to play a leadership role in terms of economic investment, in terms of diplomacy, economic diplomacy, but also in terms of energy diplomacy. And I'm very excited about Greece's prospects in doing just that.
Thank you very much. If I may ask now, Valerie, something related to greening of natural gas in our system. There are EU directives that are coming. There is a lot of discussion about biogas or green, methane, with certain percentages as well that would be obligatory from a certain, point in time, relatively soon, if I understand well. So, do you think it's a reality? Is something that can happen? Can actually can we actually decarbonize the natural gas world?
This is exactly what I wanted to say before your question, but this is in the same line. We will manage, or the energy transition will be a success, and only if we decarbonize the natural gas value chain. And this is the only way to move forward in this direction. We need to decarbonize from exploration to the end of the value chain. We need to inject in the grids all kind of gases, renewable gases, e-gases, and we have the infrastructure in Europe. So we need to use all the investment that has been made on this continent to have a grid that comes from the north to the south, to the east from the west, and reverse flow. We need to use this grid to decarbonize and to inject renewable gases. So for sure, that's we need to increase, and it's in line with the EU new regulation. but we need to adapt. Of course, it will create jobs, it will create a new, I would say, cooperation. All the value chain of methanization, we see that all the discussion that we have with agriculture sector, it's new for natural gas sector, but we have to work closely together to decarbonize and put renewable gases in the grid. Another point I want to mention, if you allow me, Kostas, is the role of LNG in shipping industries and maritime transport. This is a key element, and here we are in Greece. You have a lot of shippers, and the shipping industry is huge and very important. LNG as a fuel is something very important, and we need to do everything we can to increase the role of LNG in this sector as well.
Yeah, sure, Ambassador. Yeah.
That's the point I wish I made. As we've been very, very active in that, with the advent of Skaramagas coming back to life and Elefsina coming back to life, if the Greek shipping community were a country, it would be the 8th largest carbon emitter in the world. That's how substantial the Greek shipping industry is. And I first met with them with Secretary Kerry, who came here to discuss what is the new energy source. And you saw the Greek shipping community really come to life and getting creative as they know that they have to be the leaders in this. So as you have a medium and long-term solution to decarbonize their energy source, let me tell you what they're doing in the short term. They're buying new ships. The amount of new vessels that the Greeks are buying is unspeakable. It's in the tens of billions of euros annually. But I'll tell you something else that's happening right here in Greece. You can bring an older ship and its midlife, its midlife upgrades, bring them into Elefsina, and if you refurbish it, it could reduce that carbon footprint by 30%. It can make it 30% more efficient. And this is important work that's already has begun. You know, in terms of, you talked about the electrical grid and LNG and such, technology is moving very, very fast. And I'm hoping one day soon that we see carbon capture becomes economically efficient enough that we can utilize it everywhere. So I'm excited about the future. And folks, I'm less concerned. I'm not concerned about Greece, and I'm not concerned about Switzerland, and I'm not concerned about France. You know, we really have to show greater concern. If we don't get the global South to buy into this, no matter what we do, we will not fix this problem. And as you know, I now live in my own country has experienced wildfires and floods. And the country in which I live in today, that my parents were raised in, has now experienced unprecedented climate change disasters in terms of forest fires and floods. You know, these 100-year occurrences are now occurring every 3 years. This is real. You know, this is intrinsic scientific data. This isn't a fallacy. This needs to be addressed, but it's only going to be addressed if we get the entirety of the global community to understand that we have to work together to fix this.
To have something to add, maybe I give the floor to Dimitris just to say a comment. And then,
one remark on the on how things work. It's quite interesting. You mentioned the shipping industry. We had a big group recently that wanted to invest in the carbon credits market, and they wanted to address specifically the shipping industry. They had to model. They had to model the credit worthiness of every ship, who is a single company, who you cannot actually model. So we went into parametric, which is something that insurance industry is looking now to address a lot of the issues, to credit wrap that and enable the investment for the shipping community. And now suddenly you have, even if you don't have the actual investment into ships, which is going to take time to be to reduce their footprint, they can get products that will enable investments into other areas for green for the green transition. So it's quite interesting how everything works together in this. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have to come to Geneva for the. I'm working closely with the UN as well, and we're talking a lot about investment and green investment and so on. And frankly speaking, you have to raise your voice. The shipping industry, and we need investment, and you are doing a lot of things, but you need to be in a way more visible. That's important for
height
Greece
doesn't
because
help.
I know what's going on. I just want to follow up on what you mentioned about the global south. Yes, the global south. We even in the view of the COP 28 in December. We see nowadays this kind of gap between what the IEA is saying, what the OPEC is saying, and we need to find a consensus saying, look, if you live in Denmark, as you mentioned, the energy transition, it will be quite easy to reach the target. If you live in Indonesia, if you live in Philippines, or if you live in Senegal or the global south, the story is different. And they need to use their own resources. And here in this spectrum, of course, renewables is very, very important. And at the same time, they need gas, they need LNG, and they need investment to develop this infrastructure, for sure. Yeah.
So you provide a very good paradox of examples, as I believe Denmark has a population of maybe 5 or 6 million, and Indonesia has a population of 277 million. China and India are north of 1.4 billion. Nigeria is about 230 million. And you know, let's go on to Brazil and whatnot. So the populations are much greater, and there is certainly budget constraints there as well. It is a challenge that we're going to have to address. I'm hoping that technology also helps that. I'm reminded of credit cards. In the United States, we had an infrastructure where we put the credit card on something, put a paper over it, and slide it through. You can tell that I was a waiter. My father had a restaurant. And then you would go to a less developed country, and because the infrastructure was brand new, you know, they had the fob and everything because it was installed much later. So I'm hoping that sort of transition takes place in those countries. I want to say one final thing in terms of shipping. It has to have a global response. Shipping is global. 90% of the GDP of the world is transported through ships. So you cannot have a local answer to what the new energy source is. Let's say, for example, that green hydrogen is the energy source of the future of dry cargo ships and LNG tankers and whatnot. Well, you need to make sure that every port in the world, from Indonesia to Colombia to the Philippines to Seattle, has green hydrogen to be able to make sure that these ships around the world are able to intake energy to go. So that's a huge opportunity, but there's going to have to be we're going to have to pick a technology that's functional, that works, and we're going to have to build out a global infrastructure to be able to transition to something like green hydrogen. Something in that nature would be a massive move forward in decarbonization.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Valerie, do you would like to add something on this?
Yeah.
Because
To follow up on what you just said on hydrogen, when we see the very recent deal with CMA, CGM, and Merckx on hydrogen as a fuel, that's very important. And for sure, we have to make sure that every port in the world had the infrastructure. Otherwise, it has no sense just to speak on that just in Europe and a few countries. That the shipping industry, as you mentioned, is just global, and we need to be sure that this debate and the investment arrive at the right place. That's something very important. I've just, as I said, in September I was in Indonesia, and they are seeking for investment to come to the right place, right pockets, if I may say. But that's very important. And this is a role of governments, of regulators, to facilitate all this investment and not to say, no, you don't have to invest in this and that. When we are talking about a lot on social, I would say, debate on inclusivity, when I'm talking about inclusivity in energy, it's, yes, we need to get rid of coal, for sure, at a pace where the country, it's possible for them to move away from coal. But we need to invest in all this kind of energy, and we need all investors, for sure.
Sorry, Mr. Julie, did you want to say?
I want to, something you learn in business school is you want a proof of concept. Greece is perfectly situated to prove the concept with a closed loop system by doing it locally within its ferries. Because the ferry can literally, they can leave Lavrio or Piraeus and they can go to Santorini or Rhodes and then come back and refuel. That refuel could be hydrogen because it's closed loop. If it works here in Greece, and Greece has an opportunity to be the leader and to test it, and we should encourage and incentivize, and I'm asking the EU to put their money where their mouth is, to develop ferry boats in Greece with a new renewable energy source, and we'll test it in a closed loop. And if it works here in a closed loop, let's move to expand it globally. I apologize.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You mentioned Indonesia, and this is a real case. We had 6 months ago, we had a group, international group, that wanted to invest in a forest in Indonesia, $500 million for the, obviously for the credit, carbon credits, and we had to make sure that this investment was enabled, because you have the political risk, you have the credit risk, you have the catastrophic risk from wildfires. There's a chain of other things that came across, and it's not insurance, it's capital. Capital has to respond to all the various chains, because if capital does, if investors are willing but insurers are not, it's not going to work, and vice versa. So that's back to the strategic partnerships to solve these kind of problems.
But sometimes we are hearing a lot of debate on investment, on to respect the ESG criteria and so on. And what is your position on that? Because we are talking about here investing in LNG infrastructure, in shipping industry. Does it match with all these debates of ESG criteria, according to you? Yes, you.
To me?
Yeah.
Well, they're trying. Whether they can measure it is a different issue. I mean, the problem we have, especially in Greece, although we're trying more and more and more, is you're coming back and saying, well, to a landlord, well, I would like to measure my carbon footage for the building. And they're saying, what? So it's coming there, but we're trying, but it has to be a global effort, I guess.
You're not going to solve this without getting private industry. And private industry is not going to be able to create the solutions for the 21st century if governments don't get involved. Because if you think there are challenges to ensure these things, there are even greater challenges to finance these things that are speculative. Now, if someone is a banker, they're not looking to finance something that is speculative. So, the Hellenic Development Bank is going to be unleashed as Greece has recognized that we have to help facilitate startups in this country and startups that are going to do exactly this kind of work. But this has to be a public-private partnership where governments and development banks help finance small startups that are going to create the next great technology, but they're going to need some seed capital to do so.
We need the proof of concept, as you just said, and we can make it happen here. There are a lot of initiatives, even at the European level. The Commission has set up now the Hydrogen Bank, which could also be a good facility for any green hydrogen projects that we do know are not very viable, economically speaking, today on a standalone basis, or for green ammonia. We have, as far as Greece is concerned, there is a pocket of money which can be a bit more than 2 billion euro now for the decarbonization of the Greek islands, which would have been an excellent case for what the ambassador said earlier about, and Valerie, about the ports. So, cold ironing on ports, so instead of having the, ships burning the shipping fuel, we can plug them in the port, or try to see alternatives as hydrogen or ammonia as a green fuel for short sea shipping primarily, or ferries around the Greek islands. So there are a lot of different tools that are unfortunately still under development. We have not seen something very concrete, and it would be a major opportunity even for this government, for our time now, for the next 4 to 5 years, to actually, implement something like that with all the stakeholders. So this concept of public-private partnership is a must, I think, because the private sector is the one that will be driving this. We need the banks as well, because they will be asked to finance part of it, at least at certain point in time. And just a positive note on Greece's developments recently, which touches upon all of what we have said, is the upgrading of our rating recently, which we are expecting to have it even more formal from the major credit rating agencies very soon, which will allow a lot of funds to participate in our country, invest in our in Greece, and not only in the energy sector, but of course, obviously, this will be one of them, and see some major leaps, if you wish, in the investment profile of Greece. But before my comment, I thought that you had a point to make, Valeria, as well. Yeah? Maybe a last round of comments, if we...
No, I just want to make the final comment on, dear Ambassador, what you just mentioned, the role of banks. But if we want as well to have a global picture of the world, we need to reform urgently the IMF and the World Bank in order to... Sorry, but it's a must if we want to help this country to embark on the same journey of the global north, if we say that.
Yes.
I'm going to politely sidestep that one. I'm only an ambassador for 16 months. We'll have quite the conversation after that. Look, thank you for attending this. My friend and I were teasing each other as to whose commentary would be more boring, mine on carbon capture, his on insurance. But it's important work. This is the first time that we're going to leave our children a world that is less well off at the one that we inherited. And we have a responsibility to do better. As we've made so many technological advancements in oncology and medicines, and private companies now sending people to space, and satellites, and AI and quantum computing, that we need to put that sort of commitment into making sure that our planet is safe and resilient. And a lot of that comes from decarbonization. We have to make sure that it is not only the right thing to do, but it is also the economically prudent thing to do. And I think technology in terms of carbon capture and investments, and we talked about green hydrogen, we talked about moving away from lignite. I mean, LNG is already cheaper than lignite, but as the price of renewables is coming down, it will be in everyone's best interest, not only their social interests, but their economic interest to do so. We just have to make sure that as you push upon this, I pull upon this, and that we all make sure that as we gather today, as a group of professionals, a group of activists that are very concerned in seeing energy transition, energy diversification, sustainability, decarbonization, that the work continues. The problem exists. And that someday soon we will gather in a room to say, mission accomplished. We are living in a world where the entirety of nations has embraced decarbonization, and that we are a zero carbon footprint world. That, of course, is not today, but that is the work that has to be done. And I thank you for your commitment to doing this. The first, the first thing we do is we show up and we show an interest and we get involved. So thank you for this.
Dimitri, final comment?
You mentioned, I'll take the what the ambassador said, the push and pull. It's a chain, and it has to work as a chain, and everyone has a part in that chain. And if one doesn't play the role, the chain is broken. So I guess push and pull, and let's all make an effort for that chain.
So we'll continue the dialogue. I would like to thank you very much for this very insightful and lively discussion that we had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great pleasure.
Yeah, good. Thanks.
I learned a lot.
It was interesting. Tell me. Nice to see you.
Well, you're not there now.
No, not anymore. Because I work for I work for media trading.
Yeah.
And had also 5-6 years of my job. Right.
That's a good thing.
And of course, I followed some meetings with Mr. Newberry. But of course, now I am with Grand Front. I am the head of energy consulting here.
South Europe.
Yes, but
Please, if you can take your seats. I would like to welcome you to this panel on electricity markets and transformation pathways. My name is Bassam Fattouh. I'm the director of the Oxford Institute for Energy Studies. And I have two excellent panelists, Professor Derek Bunn, from Professor at the London Business School. And we have Mr. Nikos Fridas, a principal in the Energy Department and Vice President of Grant Thornton Tax and Business Advisory Solutions. Is that correct, Nikos? Okay, thank you. That's great. So as we have heard before, electrification really is the cornerstone in the journey towards decarbonization, and the share of electricity in fulfilling the final energy consumption is expected to rise significantly between now and 2050, and a substantial portion of this electricity will be generated from renewable sources. And of course, there's a huge enthusiasm about electrification, but I think it's also important to recognize that there are costs, there are challenges. These challenges come in different ways in terms of investment, but in terms of logistical complexities which are associated with electrification. And of course, government policy and regulatory frameworks must respond to these complexities. So hopefully in today's, in this panel, we'll be able to address some of those complexities and challenges. So perhaps, Derek, I can start with you first on the question of investment, because this is actually a key challenge. And I'm just wondering whether you think markets at the moment are sufficiently attractive for capital investment. And if not, do you see that we are getting locked into term government support when it comes to electricity markets and renewables?
Well, thank you, Bassem. I think that's a really topical and a very open question at the moment. The sustainability of government support and the necessity of it to be sustained it is something that has got conflicting views, I think, amongst a number of analysts that look at it. I mean, the conventional view is that when government support comes in, if it's to help new innovation come in, it's there to kickstart. It's usually seen as temporary. It's to help first-of-a-kind technologies come through, and then eventually the kind of next-of-a-kind and mature technologies should not need that support. So there tends to be a view that support is temporary. And also with respect to kind of capacity payments, that has also come in initially with a view that it should also be temporary. It's there to kind of help the industries that are potentially distressed, incumbent industries with the speed of transition and to actually maintain the system security. So the initial view when these support mechanisms are put in is that they will not be needed forever. But people get used to them, and companies get used to them. Investors like them. There's a revenue stream which is much more predictable and less subject to market risk. The credit rating agencies like them, and so there is a kind of a crystallization of support around these, and particularly in electricity, where we are seeing these investments supported to bring in largely renewable technologies, high capital investment, very, very low marginal costs. The success of those renewable technologies coming in bring down the marginal cost of production, and to the extent that the wholesale markets are basically reflecting the marginal cost, the short-term marginal cost of production, the conventional view has been that will bring down wholesale costs, and therefore the innovation will be price cannibalizing. It will actually cause a longer-term view that the wholesale markets cannot support a capital investment technology. So there's a conventional view then that we will get locked in, even though the initial initiatives were temporary. The contrary view, of course, is that gas might be around for much longer and that gas might stay at the margin, and that if carbon capture and storage comes in, then we will have green CCGTs and the mechanism might sustain itself. So there are alternative views there, and it's not obvious which one will basically play out.
Thanks, Eric. Actually, let me follow on that point before I give the floor to Nikos. There is this argument that an entirely electrified system could potentially be less reliable or more costly than a hybrid system which incorporates both electrons and molecules. What are your views on this? Whether we move to a fully electrified system or actually there's a role for molecules like gas or hydrogen in the electricity system in order to address issues of cost, reliability?
That is another big open question.
I know. Well, that's what
I mean. I think. I mean, the studies which I've seen suggest that a fully net zero system, which is reliant upon renewable energy, solar, wind, and storage, is an awkward and delicate balance, and it needs something else. And that something else may well be the sustainability of gas-fired generation with carbon capture, or it may be nuclear. But there does need to be something else. Yeah.
Okay. So, Nikos, let me go to you on the issue of which Derek touched on, which is the market design. We have heard a lot recently about calls for redesigning the electricity markets in Europe, especially after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. What are your views on those calls? Is the market, electricity markets in Europe in need of substantial reform?
Thank you, Bassam. Yes, indeed, in Europe we experienced double jeopardy starting in the second half of 2021 with the global energy prices crisis. And then, of course, it was followed by the terrible situation in the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. And this brought to the surface the question, do we have the appropriate market in Europe to also drive us through to the Green Deal that we're trying to achieve? And there has been a lot of discussions and contemplation, and of course, a recent public consultation and some opinions expressed by the European Commission. Now, the first thing I would like to say is that the market design we have based on marginal pricing, I believe is sound, fundamentally sound, and it has also been proven resilient at the time of crisis. This market design drives efficient dispatch. It optimizes the cross-border transactions, import-exports, also in combination with the market coupling mechanism we have. And it provides efficient price signals to generators, providers of flexibility, demand-side response, and so on. So I wouldn't rush to dismiss a sound economic theory based on some maybe strategic mistakes, like putting all our eggs in one basket. So apart from the geopolitical and strategic consideration, I think that the basic market design we have for the target model is sound and is doing its job for which it has been designed. Having said that, where we are, I strongly believe that we need to complement the short-term markets with a framework, a long-term contracting framework, which both underpins investments in low carbon and technologies and flexible resources, but also provides hedging opportunity to protect the consumers. And this long-term contracting framework to support investments, but also to protect consumers, has various components and pillars, which I will mention, and if you wish me, I can give also more details. Is basically a framework which will catalyze and develop a PPA market, green PPAs, measures to enhance the really weak forward markets. Our forward markets in Europe are very shallow and very short-termish, although they're called forward, and are not appropriate for supporting long-term investments. So measures to enhance forward markets, an investment, a contracting framework for investments in low carbon technologies, like competitively procured bidirectional contracts for differences with support schemes, much longer transmission rights to be allocated so that we can underpin also investments with long distance transmission rights that are in duration longer than 1 year that we have at the moment. And also to touch upon an issue that Derek mentioned, I also believe in a harmonized, because we have a patchwork across Europe at the moment, capacity remuneration mechanism framework, which should be dynamic, like the concept of reliability options, which we can borrow from the United States markets, and of course is targeted to particularly flexible resources and provides, of course, a long-term certainty for new investments. So the short-term market model we have, it is sound, but needs these measures around a long-term contracting framework to support investments, but also to provide the opportunities to consumers to hedge, so to be protected from these variable and shocking effects like the ones we have witnessed.
Thanks, Nikos. Actually, that's a very useful list you have there, and I'm going to pick up on some of the points, but perhaps I will go to Derek and ask him about his views on the market design. Do you agree that the market we have at the moment actually is fine, it just needs some support? Is that your view as well?
I think on balance that is my view. I think the longer term issues that you raised, Nikos, are very interesting, and I think the discussions that are going on around PPAs now seem to suggest that we need to really compartmentalize our thinking into what is supporting the short-term flexibility markets, and that's where I think the market design does work quite well, and whether the longer-term markets are in some way hedges against that, or whether they are kind of quite separate and they have a kind of a life of their own. And I mean, I would welcome actually your further thoughts, Nikos, on this. I'm not really clear whether we should see the PPAs as in some way providing the long-term support over 15 years, for example, that investors have looked for with government systems. My understanding is that PPAs tend to be around about 5 years, but I may be wrong on that, or whether they are really a way of trying to capture the needs of certain large customers, such as data centers and the tech companies that would like to hedge for longer. And so the initiative is coming from the needs of some industrial sectors, or whether the initiative is coming from a kind of a market design that supports investment. I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Thank you, Derek, because you are giving me an excellent cue to continue on this subject. Certainly what you have described and the transactions around shorter-term PPAs between big players, big off-takers with big producers, is the current situation. But there are many thoughts to catalyze this, perhaps around a centralized platform where interested parties can meet, where the PPA products will be standardized, where they will be harmonized also across Europe, where it is important also, if we look at the example of Spain, where the state has underwritten the counterparty risk by providing a specially purpose fund, the FERGE fund. This also could help. And there are also even further thoughts, like in this platform where buyers and sellers are meeting for standardized products, other participants like aggregators or even providers of financial derivatives to hedge the shaping or imbalance cost can provide services. Actually, Grant Thornton, I have the honor to, at the moment, we're leading a project for the Greek Power Exchange to see if such a platform can be implemented in Greece. But there are thoughts for a much wider pan-European platform. This will have, of course, the benefit, first of all, of lowering the transaction costs, particularly for the smaller players, underpin the counterparty risk, enable secondary trading of PPA, increase liquidity, and all this.
Okay. I think we'll come back to this topic if we have time, but I would like to go into the issue of the networks, because for any successful electrification strategy, it's not enough to focus on generation. We have to focus on the entire supply chain, distribution, transmission. And sometimes we feel that there's a lot of focus on incentivizing the generation, but not enough incentivizing investment in networks. How do you see this evolving? Do you see more private investment going into networks?
Well, I'll take that one.
Yeah, please, Derek.
I mean, to start with.
And then I'll address the same question as well to Nikos as well.
I mean, I think that's crucial. I mean, networks are a bottleneck. The number of developers that talk about having to wait 10 years for connection agreements and to get going, it's just kind of increasing around the world, not just in Europe, but in the United States as well. And I mean, the networks have a huge task and an enormous financial task, as well as an environmental problem in terms of actually getting permission to do the expansion. But can they afford to do it? And can it basically maintain really as a kind of a state monopoly? I think not. I think there has to be innovations to bring in more private capital. I think we're seeing some restructuring in a lot of European markets anyway to facilitate this at the moment, with the separation of network ownership and system operators becoming completely separate. As soon as you get that complete separation, the system operators can then be free to actually contract with different network providers, subject to regulation, to actually strengthen certain lines to the extent that they need to be strengthened, so there can be competition in the provision of network services. It's happening with the offshore wind sector. It's obviously happened with some interconnectors, which are merchant. And I mean, I think it will happen onshore as well. I think it has to happen.
Okay. Nikos, your thoughts on this issue?
Well, of course, the United Kingdom is a leader on those concepts. But I believe that ownership and the infusion of private capital is not enough without the appropriate framework and the methodology for calculating the regulated revenue. And we have heard previous speakers that the transmission and the distribution system operators in Greece have, in the recent last 3 years, invested 2.5 billion. I think we've heard, we're looking forward to another 7 billion in order to accommodate this huge pipeline. I believe in Greece, it is high time now to change the methodology for the regulated revenue of the network operators. I believe that the building block approach, where you have a separate allowance for CapEx and a separate review of the OpEx, is not serving anymore the purpose that the networks are called to do. And we need to move to more innovative regulatory frameworks where a total allowance of the revenue, or TOTEX as it's called, is obviously approved by the regulator together with some targets, incentives, but also outputs. And then it is left up to the network operator to decide how it will play between investments, but also operational expenditure using tools like buying flexibility services from flexibility providers, like deferring investments, and so on. Smart grids demand also smart regulation. And I believe that in several European countries, and also in Australia, we have seen this now new approach being implemented. And I think it's high time that we look at this also in Greece. We are too much biased towards CapEx, and obviously this creates several challenges regarding also the capitalization of the network operators, the gearing of the network operators, and so on.
But do you agree with my position that you should actually separate out the system operator as the entity that, in a sense, that does the planning and operations from the network ownership, whereby the networks are effectively asset owners under a regulated return, but they are effectively contracted to the system operator. Do you think that?
It's a very difficult question, as you know, and a very good question for academic debate. Needless to say that the UK has started with an integrated solution where the system operator was part of the system owner, National Grid. And at the time, because I used to work for National Grid, they were accusing the ISO or regional ISO system of the United States, saying that there is a conflict of interest and so on. And also the offshore transmission operators that used in UK, it has also come under some criticism and review. In Greece, we have opted, and also we had also in Grant Thornton the honor to lead the framework for the offshore development, which we did for the government of Greece, to propose that the transmission system operator will be also the offshore grid, the offshore grid operator. It's a difficult question, and as you know, Derek, it has, but it is now under test in UK, and we're going to see what will happen.
UK is always the best experiment.
We're very good at making mistakes and letting other people learn from.
But actually, another important part of the entire puzzle, of course, is storage. Because if we're talking about a reliable, secure system, storage is likely to play a key role. And how do you see the storage market evolving, both the short term and the long term? I know we're not going to be able to cover in details, but where do you see that evolving?
Well, it has to work. I mean, I think if we're going to have a lot of renewables in the system, we have to have an effective storage. Whether it can be through the batteries and the new technology of batteries and batteries that can actually provide long-term storage, I think it's an answer that the chemical engineers can give and not me. I've heard conflicting views here. I've heard that only hydrogen can provide the long-term storage that is really needed. Battery manufacturers say we can do it too, but there has to be storage. Yeah, I think that's clear. Yeah.
Okay. Nikos, would you like to emphasize also the issue of storage? Would you like to add anything to what?
Well, it's a no-brainer. Storage is absolutely an indispensable component of the green transition.
I mean the role of hydrogen, for instance, as a storage vehicle. What are your views on this?
Yes, definitely, because hydrogen is not a source, is a medium. Yes, of course, it can provide long-term storage solution, but at the moment we're not yet there. We're not yet there, neither in the production of green hydrogen or the technologies that will immediately commercially be able to utilize it. So I think lithium batteries is definitely a solution for the flexibility needs of the system. The flexibility needs, they bridge the flexibility gap, the short-term flexibility. And again, what I have mentioned about the regulatory framework of the network operators, if they are able themselves to procure services, flexibility services, if the regulatory framework allow them and justify, obviously, the cost of procurement, will even more reinforce the role of storage. And also for the with a local also, with a local attribute. In other words, if we have also platforms for buying flexibility resources which are embedded in the distribution network.
Absolutely. I'm conscious of time, but there's a question that we have been reading. There's an issue that we have been reading a lot recently in the media, is the cost inflation pressure. The rising interest rates is making developing renewables more challenging. Your views, Derek, do you think this is going to delay, the transition in a way? Is this a temporary problem that eventually will be overcome, and then we go back to the usual? What are your thoughts on that? Or is there more fundamental thing that we need to do, for instance, in terms of the contracts, in order to reflect those increase in cost pressure?
I think that's a very good question, Bassam. I mean, my instinct is that I would expect the needs of the decarbonisation initiatives, the policy inertia that we have going forward, to adjust to the new reality of the supply chain. I mean, we saw recently in the United Kingdom, the current round of CFDs failed, and they failed to attract any offshore investors because the government cap was too low.
And at the same time, we also seen some developers actually cancelling projects as well.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, the governments will not just kind of admit defeat and walk away. They will adjust to this. So I think the inflation will feed into the system. Yeah.
Nikos, your thoughts as well? Are you quite
Definitely,
optimistic about that?
the situation in the capital markets and the interest rates is not helping. But if you have a competitive procurement, this will be reflected in the prices, and of course, whoever puts a cap also has to consider. But the highly leveraged project financing of a few years ago, this is now not applicable. Things have changed.
I know the previous panels didn't do that, but I would like actually to ask if there's any question from the audience. We have space for one question from the audience. Would anyone like to ask our distinguished panelists a specific question? Do they have an opinion on the discussion? We covered a lot of space, PPAs, storage, networks, cost inflation. Any questions? Okay. Yes, please go ahead.
Our population.
Absolutely. And I think that's actually related to quite an interesting discussion we had before, to the Global South. If we are likely to meet the climate targets, actually the Global South, and And it's increasingly evident that the global south actually are finding it extremely difficult to raise capital, not even for hydrocarbon project, but even for renewable project. That cost of capital has increased. Their currency risks have also increased. The political risks that they face, they have increased. And this is all increasing the capital costs. So we need to bring them. So perhaps, Derek, I know from your course that you give some examples from outside the UK. So perhaps you can reflect a little bit on developing countries and the global south.
I think that's a very crucial question. I mean, particularly from the energy transition perspective. I mean, given the prospect of carbon emissions and where they're likely to come from, but also in terms of economic development and the way in which these countries do need to grow economically. I mean, from a market arrangements perspective, I suppose, I mean, one of the obvious things that you see is that, you know, energy market design can't be a one-size-fits-all. I mean, that was a mistake that the World Bank made many years ago when they tried to kind of provide support to developing countries. I mean, there does seem with renewable technologies, particularly solar, the scope for much more local solutions. And I would expect to see the way in which those countries develop and kind of attract capital to be ones that actually benefit innovations that are much more local. Long distance transmission may no longer be the kind of the first thing that has to be installed for these countries.
Well, some of those countries have demonstrated the lowest PV solar, for example, auction prices, like 3 times lower than the Greek prices. Why? Because they are beneficiary of international financial institutions' interventions, where they bring the tender rules ready-made with stapled finance, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the BRD, and so on. So Uzbekistan, Ghana, Morocco, Egypt has fantastically low auction prices, and they're doing well. And there is a lot of international capital that is going there.
But it's concentrated in a few countries. Actually, a lot of other countries are not receiving. And as we heard before in the previous, there's a lot of focus on the role of the multiple development banks, that they need to really play a much more important role. But I agree with you, you know, if you focus on some countries, there has been a lot of capital flowing, but actually it's not generalized. So, so please continue. You know, so.
No, this is what I wanted to say. There is a lot of focus of the IFIs to support green investments in energy. Of course, what also we need to take into consideration is the huge gap they have and the needs for electrification. We have a very small percentage of the population and economic activity that has access. That's another issue in those countries. And of course, we have off-grid, also a lot of off-grid solutions, particularly for Africa.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Derek. Thank you very much, Nikos. We covered a lot of topics. It was really fascinating. And of course, we have continued the discussion, but we have plenty of time over lunch, and I don't really want to be the reason standing away from lunch. So thank you again. And thanks for the organizers as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the organization, for fixing the issues, and for inviting me here today. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's really nice to see all the people of the business coming together to discuss these issues, and especially because today we have the opportunity to discuss about ESG. We've done a very big effort in DESFA in the last years. ESG has been very important to many businesses the last years because we see that the European Union with taxonomy and other issues wants to highlight how we'll be able to have non-financial results. The three pillars, environment, social, governance, we need measurable metrics in order to be able to compare. Specifically now, in the energy sector, it's an even harder exercise because we are responsible for helping other people, our customers, to decarbonize. This is one of the most important aspects of ESG we have in our company, and I think of most of the energy companies. We do have to provide cost-effective energy efficiently, but on the other side, we have to make sure we decarbonize and we go towards all the goals that both the companies have and the governments have for the decarbonization. We have had many crises in the last 3 years that show how hard it is to do that. We have to be effective, efficient. Issues like security of supply is something very important for all the companies and all the stakeholders that have to do with us. For example, TENET, the German TSO, requires a 99.99999% availability in the networks. In today's world, to imagine that we don't have electricity for 1 day, it's something incomprehensible. So it's not only the price and the fact that we have an energy mix and how it is. Security of supply is something very important. And now with the disruptions we have, we see how important it is. 3 years ago, 2020, with the COVID, we saw energy prices going to negative prices. 6 months later, in the summer before the invasion of Russia and Ukraine, we saw how the prices of energy peaked. It's true that it was driven by gas prices, but we saw that all the energy prices peaked all across Europe. So not only the companies involved were trying to do efforts to bring this to a balance, but also the governments were involved. So we see how the electricity and energy companies are responsible for the well-being of the companies. If the products that they will produce will be cost efficient, and of course, if there will be availability. And then when the push to build new projects came, both for infrastructure and new production, with a broken supply chain that we had, it was very hard to be able to build the infrastructure that we saw was needed. So the timelines got delayed. It was fast to do the big changes necessary. It's true that the energy transition now, it makes us see how important these matters are. And this is actually part of our ESG. ESG before used to be considered more about something sustainability, philanthropy. Now we see how this is part of the core of our companies. We have to make sure that not only have economic results, but the way the companies run, the governments, the social impact we have is something very important. I can bring in very good economic results, but I must make sure we do have the license to operate and we do well in all the other aspects of the company. In DESFA, we've really made a very big effort. It's one of our key priorities. And now Natasha Hadjiadoniou, the director of the ESG in DESFA, will explain us exactly how this has happened.
So thank you, Fernando, for the great introduction. Thank you all for staying after the very nice lunch to hear about ESG. Energy, ESG, I've noticing how people in the energy sector are a bit obsessed with a couple of phrases like net zero, carbon neutrality, zero emissions, energy transition. It's even here, the name of our own conference that we are attending right now. And it's everywhere, even if in this thoughtful little gift. So energy transition landed in our doormats a couple of years ago, and it forced us to start shaping our perspective and efforts that our infrastructures are ensured and equipped not only to safeguard energy security, which is another phrase that the energy community is very fond about, but that they are also sustainable and ready for the future. So at the end of the day, this influences the way that we work, demands to integrate sustainability into our business strategy and ensure a future-proof business and to maintain our social license to operate. This demands for energy companies to be agile, to take advantage of these new paths of growth, to lead the way to the new energy world, creating value both for the people and for the society. And how do we integrate ESG factors in our business strategy? If we consider that each side of this cube, it's E and S, E for the environment and society or the people, it's the governance, it's the technology, it's the economic impact of our of what we do and how we operate. All these are integrated exactly like this, by combining them and making them one get into the other. So what do we do in DESFA? DESFA, being part and at the heart of the energy transition in Greece, is moving towards a clean energy future. We're integrating ESG factors into our business strategy, like we just saw, and the overall value chain. And this integration begins actually with our strategic plan that includes, among many other things, initiatives that target climate change, human rights protection, fighting energy poverty, how to engage with communities, strengthening of our governance, you name it. So please bear with me for the next 10 minutes. I will try to make it short. And let me guide you through our sustainability journey. I totally forgot that I had a very nice presentation. So this is, in a nutshell, our journey. So we started this back in 2021 when we were still among the COVID days. And we realized that we had to rethink the way we do things, to refocus the strategy that we had. As Fernando said, back in the day, it was all about philanthropy. Now it's a totally different perspective. So we built a consistent and contemporary sustainability strategy. We made sure that this was encapsulating our new corporate image at the time and the score of business, with what aim? To ensure a future-proof operation, a future-proof infrastructure, a future-proof business. So just to cut a long story short, we did the benchmarking analysis against energy companies in Greece and Europe to understand how they're addressing specific sustainability issues and how they're using international standards and best practices. We did a gap analysis to identify what we already were doing well and to see what were the areas that we needed to improve further. We mapped our stakeholder environment, our internal and external stakeholder environment, and we ran a sustainability survey among these internal and external stakeholders. We did one-on-one interviews with our shareholders to gather all the data that was essential to us to build our sustainability strategy framework. Through there, with this knowledge and assessing all these results, we came to 14 material issues. We did materiality analysis to understand the impacts that these areas had on our business and the impacts that our business had in these areas. And long story short, we created our targets, we set up our strategy. Our targets were in accordance, I forgot to say, with the GRI standards and the SDG goals. We set KPIs for every target, and we developed an action plan for the next day, how to move forward. So to properly monitor these targets in a manner that it's unified and consolidated, and to report them on our BOD on a regular basis, we had to establish a couple of tools to help us with this task. And what better tool than our people, a strong and diversified team, which is exactly the most essential component of this journey. So we did a little bit of governance on our own project. We had an ESG steering committee, which was comprised, is led by the CEO and the division directors of the most heavily involved units in the company, strategy, asset development, asset management, HR, health and safety, corporate affairs. And this steering committee oversees a group of people, a working group of people, the so-called ESG agents, that are focal points from every organizational unit of the company that are the gatekeepers that provide data to and from the working group. So this ensured that we address all issues across the business function of the company, to have everyone involved, to understand the consequences of our operation and our actions, and to have a very, very consolidated final outcome. This was the pattern that we used while drafting the sustainability strategy. This was the pattern that we used to do the monitoring tools, the ESG dashboard, and the report that I'm going to talk a bit briefly further on. So one of the first deliverables of this group was this systematic report that we sent to the BOD on a quarterly basis. This has to do, it's the so-called ESG dashboard. It includes all 60 plus targets, the respective material issues, their alignment with the GRIs and the SDGs, and they provide a clear view of the progress and level of achievement throughout the year. So we have the strategy, we have the teams working on that, we have the dashboard. What's the next logical step? The drafting of an ESG report. I'm happy to say that this has been approved. The ESG sustainability report for 2022 has been approved last week by our BOD. So we're going to be issuing it quite soon. Stay tuned to find out more about this. I will not go against all the criteria and the indexes that we use. We made sure to use the ones that made more sense for our industry, for our sector, and the ones that are most, let's say, it's a common language among energy. So moving on, these were the material topics that came through the sustainability survey, the second sustainability survey that we took, and are the ones that are reflected throughout the report. But 2023 brought also one more milestone for us, and that was the DESFA Net Zero Master Plan. This reflects our commitment to achieve 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 as compared to 2018, and to set our sights on reaching carbon neutrality by 2040. So this has been one of the most significant targets for our ESG strategy, but it is not the only one. DESFA has a series of other projects that address our commitment to decarbonize our network. And there we have mainly three letters. We have H for hydrogen. What we do in this area, we already have done an assessment of our network to understand the capability to transport hydrogen and the technical requirements that a possible upgrade might need. We have a hydrogen dedicated pipeline. It has been recently approved as eligible for inclusion in the 6th PCI list of the European Union. We are an active member of the European Hydrogen Backbone initiative that aims to accelerate Europe's decarbonization journey and to define the critical role of hydrogen infrastructures. And for sure, to ensure that all new pipelines and compression stations are hydrogen ready. In fact, the first such pipeline in Greece, and one of the first ones in Europe, is the high-pressure pipeline to West Macedonia that is currently under construction by DESFA. So this is going to be the first hydrogen-ready pipeline in Greece. Then we have another letter. It's B. B for biomethane. Biomethane is the epitome of circular economy, and we are already working together with major players of the Greek market to develop a pilot biomethane project to assess the opportunity to cover our operating gas needs for existing and new compression stations. And finally, C, for carbon capture and storage. So this is another important project, also included in the sixth PCI list of the EU, and it's the CO2 storage in Prinos. It's a project implemented by Energy and supported fully by DESFA, and the part that reflects our involvement is the interconnection of a pipeline system that connects the industries that are heavily producing gaseous pollutants and are concentrated in the region of Attica, and transfer these the CO2 emissions to a liquefaction unit, and from there to transport them to stored in Prinos. So, as you understand, within this landscape, DESFA is accelerating its efforts for the promotion of renewable gases, ensuring that all its new projects can be used during the energy transition, exploring relevant synergies and opportunities. To conclude, I will just like to stand a bit on this slide. It includes a few milestones that I'm very proud about. It's the result of the efforts of my team and, of course, by over 300 volunteers from our company, which is more than 50% of people working for DESFA that are fiercely trying to leave a positive footprint for the society and for the environment. So through a number of voluntary actions that address the environment and society, we have gathered to collect 79 large garbage bags through 6 environmental actions. We still have 4 more to come, so fingers crossed, this number should be 3-digit number by the end of the year. And we are also cooked and distributed over 1,900 food portions for homeless people in the center of Athens. In collaboration with Lovan, we are cooking with Love and Energy for those fellow citizens that are greatly in need of food. So this is just something to give a positive note on closing. And I will leave you with one of my strongest thoughts while I was preparing this presentation. The driving force, the wind beneath our wings, to embed ESG factors in our daily business, to make it part of our DNA, and to ultimately transform the energy sector, is our people. Our people and a very strong collaboration mindset and working together to include all the elements that are represented in this cube. So thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions you would like to address? So I think we can start preparing for the next panel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to be here with you and all the organization team of Hellenic Association for Energy Economics. I'd like to welcome the excellent speakers we have with us today in order to exchange views and make a dialogue for something hot. Hot not because it is energy, but because it is really hot in our days, and we have seen lately very clear in our own country how it works. I'd like to start with Monsieur François de Ricoffly, which is head of the Regional Economic Service for Southeast Europe of the French Embassy. François, what is your opinion about the RES energy market in the country, here in this country? Of course, in connection with Southeast Europe, that you have very good understanding in view of energy supplies in Europe.
Thank you. Maybe just in 3 words to sum it up, and then I will develop a little bit. The first word is impressed. The second is bullish, and the third is maybe a word of caution. First, I'm impressed because the market in Greece has been changing very fast. You've achieved 40% of power production in renewable energies, which, by the way, is twice what we achieved in France. So we might be a little bit jealous. So that's something quite a performance. And it means that the aim you have of reaching 80% is quite achievable. So in that way, that's quite a performance. The reason why it's achievable and why I'm bullish is because you have 3 factors for you. You have the geography, the landscape, you have space, you have wind, you have sun, you have sea. So you have lots of opportunities to develop. Sometimes people say that the Greek legislation is slow to adapt. As regards energies, you've been adapting very well, and the framework is never perfect, but basically it serves its needs, and it's been adapted to what's been happening in the country. And first, the country has been developing the network of connection between the islands, meaning the islands can move from using dirty fuel to using renewable energies and be connected between each other. So you have a landscape which is going on very well. And may I add, you have many companies, Greek, foreign, and French, interested in the market. So this is also a positive. The word of caution, it's not a surprise, is about the state of the network. Like many things in the countries, it has suffered from underinvestment. So it's not always able to accommodate the new facilities. I had a figure in mind, which is 5 billion of upgrade work. So this is quite a challenge. So I hope things will work as fast as they will work in the rest of the country, so as everything which is planned can work. And maybe a last word about renewable energies, because we always speak about production. We should speak also about use. And there is a tiny market in Greece, which is the ship owners and the ships. And one big issue will be moving the fleet of Greek ship owners from using fuel to use clean energies. And so this is an enormous undertaking. I hope it would succeed, but if it goes well, and I think the ship owners' word is a word of challenge, if things goes well, you will have a completely different landscape in maybe 15, 20 years. Big challenge, big achievements, and big rewards at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, one French company, which is the one that our invited. Mr. Eric Scott, sitting next to you, is leading. ACUO was the initiator for the first globally green island in the country, HALKI project. I was very happy to participate in that effort, along with other French companies and only one company out of the 7 was not French company anyway. And it was an initiative that was really, really very important, even inaugurated by the Prime Minister of Greece, Mr. Mitsotakis, Kyriakos Mitsotakis. So, next steps for Green Island, a globalized approach, fuel Green Islands as HALKI, fuel for vessels, could be a target for cooperation between French and Greek companies, and how we could do it with more organized way. What I mean by that, not only at the level of initiatives between companies, but also potential an MOU between the 2 countries, bringing together companies, making a coordinated effort along with organized strategy. What is your opinion on this?
You're asking to me, or?
It is a question.
Oh, it's a global question.
It goes both, also to you, Eric, but also to Francois.
You know, when it comes to talk about Ireland, I love to talk about islands, you know. Now, I can take it, or if you want, up to you. Tell me. No, it's a
dialogue, so
no. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't prepare anything, but you're talking about Ireland, so now Ireland is very important for one reason. On a small territory, we've been able in the last 20 years to show the path, to demonstrate what will be the future of energy. And the future of energy is today. And I refuse to call it renewable energy anymore. I just call it energy. And the reason why we've been pushing for installing renewable energy at that time, which is energy on islands, it's because most of the islands, that's not always the case in Greece, but most of the islands, the one we worked in the past, like in the Reunion Island, New Caledonia, the Caribbean, Corsica, most of the time they were fully isolated. So on those islands, we had to face 2 major transitions. The energy transition, how can we green the energy production on those islands? And also the food transition. How can you fulfill the needs for feeding the people on these islands? And what was interesting is we've been facing 16 years ago, 17 years ago, a main problem. How can you tackle those 2 transitions with a limited space? That's where we started to invent the concept of what is called today agrivoltaism, and you will hear more and more about it. Agrivoltaism was how to share in the same space, how to share the space to produce energy on food. And we started with greenhouses in the Reunion Island. That was the first step. Second reason why what we've done together in HALKI is important is on the islands, we reach a penetration of renewable energy 10 years ago, a very high penetration of renewable energy. So we've been facing, maybe before anybody else, we've been facing the problem of the Sunday at noon, because we had a lot of PV production on those islands because we were gifted a lot of sun. So we were using what we had at our disposal, sun. So at noon on Sunday, less consumption, we were facing this problem. And that's why 12 years ago, we started to invest, to develop one of the main solutions to increase the proportion of renewable energy into the grid? Storage. So islands have been showing the path of storage. And to tell you where we stand today, where we are, last month, ACO, we won a tender in New Caledonia in the Pacific of 200 megawatt hour of storage. This is the largest battery, the biggest one for France, the entire France. Greening the island, it's very important. And it should be easy today, much easier than before, because it's cheap. It's cheaper than anything else. If you compete by producing energy with solar and storage, you're competing with diesel, for example, you win the battle. We won the economical battle. So why shall we wait more to green the islands? There is absolutely no reason to wait more. So I will let you answer about the potential cooperation, but thanks to the fact that France has a lot of islands, we've been forced on populated islands. Réunion Island is almost 1 million people. It's not underpopulated. So maybe we can do something together. Do you want to?
Thank you. Yes, about cooperation, I'm a bureaucrat, so by definition, I love cooperation agreements because that's the way we organize things. But I would need to discuss with my people in Paris. In a way, in a paradoxical way, things have been working quite well until then without a formal framework. It's a bit difficult to list the number of French companies which are going on the market. So why not? Issue to be discussed, also to be discussed with my colleagues here in the Ministry of Energy. So I'm open to the idea, but I'm not alone to decide. And it's not been a break until now for the development of the market in Greece and for the development of French companies. And I know that we regularly get interest from new companies coming in. So I think the thing is how to maintain the flow and increase it.
I agree with you. It's not necessary an official framework, but same times an official framework gives the opportunity to newcomers as well, because of the awareness, to be interested and to come in. I'm sure that companies like Aquol, like Intracat, they will be very willing. I'm not talking about the Pelusos Group because your wings, they are in broader areas at this period, although you are also in Creta and its interconnection with the mainland. So, but it could be important maybe to have an initiator here to organize the event. He's organizing unbelievable things in the energy sector. He's your guy here, Mr. Andriosopoulos, Professor Andriosopoulos. To make him run a little bit more in order to further develop all these issues with the Green Islands and potential cooperations between companies. You may organize even an event in this respect, focusing on the Green Islands. President, you know that with him you can run such an event very fast.
If I may, I'd like to take a commitment in front of you today. And you will know that when in ACO we say something, we do something. We do it, always. That's our DNA since the last 20 years. So my commitment that I take in front of you today is very simple. We've been learning a lot in the last 20 years in ACO, developing renewable energy on islands, fulfilling, bringing solutions for farming, new solutions to protect the food, the crops into the islands, storage, production. There was a learning curve. We learned a lot. That cost us a lot to invest and to arrive to that point. So my commitment is very simple. We are ready in ACO to give that to Greece for free. There is absolutely no reasons that we wait more to implement the solution we did put in place in the last 20 years. This should be given to the Greek islands So we are ready to cooperate in a sense to give feedback, give our entire experience. We did things the wrong way, the good way. Why shall we expect those islands to waste more time to arrive to the final point? So my commitment, and Costas is here, come and see us. Let's organize ourselves. We can organize an event. That's not a problem. And we will tell you what we've done the wrong way, the right way. But to be honest with you, we know the solutions today, and the solution is affordable for everybody. So that's our commitment.
I will jump from that. I will pass the floor directly to Mr. Eleftheriadis. Very good. Green Island. Nice target. Super commitment from a part of Fakou and Eric. Greece has an investment grade. What is this added value towards these new steps in conjunction with something, regulatory framework? How weak we are today for battery storage, for agro PVs, for floating PVs, for channel PVs. I say things that ACU is running. Why I say this? Because we have the chance, ladies and gentlemen, to have here in this panel some people that are initiating things worldwide level. Mr. Caridas is running for Copelouza's group the interconnector between Egypt and Greece. Why I say it is so big challenges, the presence of these people? Because we have a cutting edge knowledge of energy on this panel. Mr. Lazarakis has an experience for years and years developing and constructing projects, a lot of years. You, Francois, you are in an area covering huge developments in this period. So, coming back to you, Mr. Eleftheriadis, tell us, what is your approach? Investment grade, regulatory framework. How good, how bad? How good is the investment grade? Impact for all of these initiatives? And regulatory framework, how weak we are in reality? How we create obstacles rather than reasons to attract investors like Eric here.
First of all, thank you very much for being here. It's, I would say, a complicated question. I will start by saying investment grade. Okay, it's something that we have been waiting for years. What has changed? It's obvious even over the last few months that we are seeing many more investors coming. So there is a strong appetite. We are now on the table of funds, of social security funds, of investors that we were not in the past. And that was only because we didn't have the investment grade. We could have many opportunities on the table, but because of the investment grade, we were not on their decision list. So this is something important. This is something big for Greece, and it creates also a lot of opportunities. Opportunities to attract a lot of funds, a lot of investments, foreign capital in the market. We have been experiencing over the last 5 to 10 years significant investments in Greece because we were in a distressed position, we can say. So we had investments coming because they were acquiring distressed companies. However, now this is something different. It's something that it gives a clear sign that we are a more mature market. So somebody's coming here in order to invest in the long term. And why I'm saying this? Because we also have some threats, which is not only for Greece, it's across the globe. We have the threat of inflation and the threat of increased interest rates. And this means that we expect, the investors expect to receive something more. And in the long term, this might be difficult. So in order to do that as a country, we must have many opportunities for them. If we want to attract many investors, if we want to attract many funds, we have to have many projects running in parallel, different projects that have different maturities, that have different return of investments. And I think that we are in the right path. We have now significant investments in front of us in interconnections. We have significant investments in all areas of grid. We have significant investments in the renewable sector, even with LNG and gas, but this is a different story. We have significant investments coming for hydrogen, and we see that. And batteries, you mentioned a number of these things. So having everything on the table and attracting companies from abroad, like Akuo or other companies that they have this kind of experience in other markets, it's important because we can get the benefit as a Greek market sooner than later. So investment grade is great. We have to tackle, however, the inflation and the increased interest rates that they are posing some threats. But in terms of the regulatory framework that you mentioned, I don't think that we are far behind, but I think that we have many things on the table that we have to organize very carefully in order not to cannibalize each other and in order to have a proper plan for the future, because in reality, we need everything. We have a number of threats. For example, we have the low prices in the middle of the day. This creates a huge issue for a renewable energy sector. So we must boost batteries, but we have to boost also hydrogen. So we have to boost also photovoltaics and offshore wind. So we have to have an equilibrium. So we have to develop the framework very soon in order to accommodate all the things, in order to have a hybrid model and include all kinds of investments on the same path, in the same direction, in order to get the best out of the opportunities of the market.
My issue is that in order to have any financing, we need legality, security, and profitability. What I mean by that, you must have the legal framework which is securing the concrete environment of the business that you are running. You must have all the securities necessary from insurance, from whatever it is, plus mortgages, whatever it is. And at the end, you have the profitability, which is the only risk that can be undertaken by the banks and the investors. Here, we are discussing about batteries. We are discussing about carbon capture and storage. We are discussing about floating PVs, but we have not the regulatory framework. So it could not be financed, it could not be insured. Lucas, you had long experience in this energy market, not less. You are absolutely right. It's the contemporary energy market. Whatever mix it has, you will permit me, I will keep it to continue your first phrase forever in every discussion for energy. So the contemporary energy market. What are your understanding from that experience, from challenges and threats that is giving the press energy market in the country? And also give us your idea if you consider that your group could also be part of the effort that we say we could start from this panel to make green the islands, whatever that means.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me take the microphone. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank the association for inviting me again this year. So, Thoma, I used to be a young boy when I started, in love with the renewables.
You're still a young boy.
No,
young man anyway.
I'm a middle-aged developer now. We have seen a lot of things happening in this country. We have seen faces, numbers of different governments changing the legislation from one day to another. We have run a long way since then. Now everybody seems to be proud that we are covering the national targets regarding the installation capacity of renewables, and that's true. Even if we have done it the wrong way, it is true. We have a lot of challenges, a lot of weaknesses, and we're talking about islands. I think is the smallest problem that Greece is facing right now. We have a grid that's full. We have thousands of projects waiting in the queue to be licensed. We see every slot in the RAE, thousands of new applications running without meaning, if you ask me. We had last year a ministerial decision prioritizing projects to be connected. I would say not very objective. It's the least that I can say for this ministerial decision. And now we hear that IPTO is not able no more to provide connection terms, even to fulfill this decision. So many islands the past years have been interconnected. I will say the most populated and the most energy consumption ones. We have quite a few, but small islands that can be benefited from technologies like storage and PVs. It's very difficult because you have a lot of enemies there. You have the grid operators, you have PPC, who dominates everything. The technology is there, I'm sure. You have done it in more, I mean, we don't have to invent the wheel. The knowledge is there, the technology is there. I would expect to see more strategy, sophisticated strategy in Greece. There's no strategy. We don't know how much technology, renewables we want, we need, what kind of energy mixture we want. We usually see the legislation trying to adjust itself to the development, to the chaotic development, and not the development trying to follow the legislation. This is a very nice Greek phenomenon. Many times in the past, we were developing projects without having any legislation in place, because you mentioned the regulation, and if it's there for all these projects, it usually goes the other way around. We first prepare the projects and then we get the legislation. It's usually in Greece. Now, okay, the country has made many steps. Okay, we got the investment grade. It's better to work in an economic environment like that than in a bankrupt country, because we have been there also recently. Okay, it came in a very bad moment. Fundamental economics worldwide are suffering. Inflation, interest rates are crazy. They jeopardize and have any project right now, the interest rates that we hear. And public awareness and acceptance. We don't have yet the level of public acceptance that we need. We're going to have now soon municipal elections and regional elections. I can tell you that the majority of the candidates are running with using a major political argument, their opposition to renewables. Nobody has the guts and the courage to say and support renewables. It's true, it's happening. You can see it, it's very easy to verify this. And this has to be a national target. The companies cannot do anything more than they already do as regards the public awareness and acceptance. So yeah, okay. Drakata as a group is always following the technologies. We're developing massively projects in wind, PV, storage. Recently, we were awarded 200 megawatt hours in the last auction of RAE. More than happy to participate to any initiative regarding islands or anything new. But I think that we need strategy that we don't have.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid that I agree with what you said concerning the picture of the country. And I feel uncomfortable when discussing with my clients from abroad by analyzing the regulatory framework and its weaknesses. So on the one hand, I want to attract them here. On the other hand, I cannot lie to them. I cannot cover things because it's not possible. We're professionals. Last but not least in the questions, you, Mr. Caridas, I like that you will say a few words about the new adventure of your group. It's not new, but it appears as new for the eyes of most of the people. So, Gregi, the interconnection between Egypt and Greece, backed from 9,000 megawatts of PVs in Egypt from Copelouzo's group, with an approach that reminds me seminar for interstate agreements. I had the chance in my life to work for a lot of interstate projects, mostly at that time for pipelines. As I said you before, also for the big cable connecting Caucasus with Europe that was highlighted from President von Landen. But now we want to hear about your cable, your efforts, your approach, and one very important thing. We have an interconnection from Egypt. Could it be possible to extend that interconnector also via sea to Europe so that Egypt and further on Greece will have the possibility to export the huge quantities that they could produce as renewables, and not to have this unbelievable phenomenon to have thousands and thousands requests for permits and licenses, and at the end of the day, not to have the investments, and of course, not to have the possibility to absorb, because transmission system operator could not do it. So a further interconnector connecting by Adriatic Sea somewhere in the European, Central European countries could be a solution. You could be part of it.
Well, definitely the
Thank
answer.
you, Yanis.
Well, thank you the organizers for inviting me to participate in this interesting panel with the esteemed other participants. The answer to your question whether it's possible to have another interconnection linking Greece with Northern European countries, the answer is definitely yes. But let us take step by step. Yes, as you said, our project, Gregi, is not a new one, it's an old one. We conceived the idea of the electrical interconnection between Egypt and Greece back in year 2008. As to see how long sometimes it takes to develop.
I fully agree. I fully agree.
Yes. And we signed the first agreement with the Egyptian government back in the year 2010. Definitely, as you said now, Gregi it's known to everybody. Why? Because now, especially after the recent developments with Ukraine, the market has highlighted the importance of electrical interconnections and the importance of them that show the direction towards which Europe must move is that it's the very strong instrument, the way that Europe, let's speak as Europe, and of course Greece being part of Europe will benefit from that, can achieve energy security, energy differentiation, independence from fossil fuels and definitely from Russian natural gas, through electrical interconnections. As you know, the strategy of energy of Europe is to electrify the energy grid and supply it with green energy. And having Europe set important and aggressive targets, Fit 55, zero CO2 emissions until year 2050, the only way to accelerate the achievement of such goals is through electrical interconnections. There was a study conducted by McKinsey a few months ago stating that for Europe to achieve such important targets, we need to install and implement a huge amount of renewable energy sources. But there is not enough land in Europe, either because there are other projects operating, due to environmental limitations, due to archaeological limitations in Greece, as you know, we face some of that, due to town planning limitations, due to numerous limitations. So the way is what? To expand and go to other countries, neighboring countries to Europe, however, who possess both an abundance of free land, high capacity factors, both for wind and sun radiation, and obviously the political wish to export green energy to Europe. So the way to do that is through implementing interconnections. Now our project is hugely supported by both, of course, the Greek government and the Egyptian government, and by Europe, because it will provide substantial benefits to Europe. Now our project is a candidate to be included in the first PMI list. PMI list is projects of mutual interest. It's a new category created by European Commission for projects linking one member state to a third country. By sense, it's a PCI with a different name. And we expect the decision by the end of October, and hopefully everything will go well for Gregi. What Gregi is about is a direct interconnection linking Egypt with the Greek mainland, a length of around 950 kilometers, and with a capacity of 3,000 megawatts. Only. To all. Your question is serious because
it's very serious, man.
Looking at the end of the day, over
Looking at the needs,
3,000 for Europe, it's nothing.
till its
I agree.
construction, I assume that you will have a construction 4 or 5 years after the final investment decision, which means 6 to 7 years maybe, or I hope earlier from today. So needs are increasing day after day.
You are absolutely right.
So I don't see how not to increase the capacity as well. Why not? You have the production, you have the off-takers 100%, you have the possibility for PPAs, physical PPAs in this, but not only physical, could be also virtual. So you have everything, all the tools to upgrade the project and to attract the potential investors, other producers. Every ACUO, every Intracat, all the producers or off-takers would participate in the shareholding of your project, as we have done very well and very successful with the FSRU. So same structure, I assume. It is perfect. It's for seminar. This is the way.
No, it's a perfectly valid question. Obviously, we're assessing such possibility, but of course now we're progressing with this scheme, and during the development we'll assess whether we'll have to expand it or install it and then expand it at a later stage.
So you are going to consider quantity expansion and further geographical expansion. Am I right?
Just to answer this question, as you know, due to strong wish of the Northern European countries, there are discussions among them and Greece and the Greek TSO to assess an interconnection from Greece, either onshore interconnection or via Adriatic Sea, from Greece via Balkans to Northern Europe, with a capacity of 3,000 megawatts. It's a project under the name Greek Aegean, which is an obvious, straightforward extension to our project Gregi, to transfer green energy from Egypt via Greece to Europe. So you understand that Gregi has the possibility to make Greece a very strong energy hub in East Mediterranean, and especially green energy hub, by providing numerous benefits, not only environmental and energy, economic, financial, and of course, and most importantly, geopolitical. Because having installed such projects, Greece will enhance the strength of its and the sovereign rights of its exclusive zones, and will enhance national security.
My question was for subsea cable for a very concrete reason, because when you have a multi-country project and you are crossing territories of countries which are weak or more unstable politically, you are increasing political risk, you are increasing insurance risk, you are increasing time for licensing and coordination. So therefore, from
a lot of analysis that have been done up to now, it seems that a subsea cable, when crossing only exclusive economic zones of weak countries, let's call them like this, it could be much faster and much more efficient. What are you thinking on this, Eric?
Personally, I will support the cable straight to north. I like your idea of subsea cable, but the thing is, where we need the energy and the renewable energy now in the future is north, for simple reasons, is availability of the resource. Resources in Greece or Egypt, wherever is in the south, is physical. So we need to carry on north. The other reason is we need to green the production of electricity in the north. When you talk about the Balkan, when you talk even Germany, we have to close the coal plant. The only way to do it is to bring much more renewable energy. And where will be the cheapest renewable energy? In Greece. So when you say one of probably the biggest renewable energy hub in the future will be Greece, I think so. That's why we are here.
Thank you anyway.
No, it's not. You don't have to thank me. You have to thank God for your physical, geographical position in the globe. That's the way it is. To answer your uncertainty or your question about the political stability of some countries we will cross.
Western Balkan countries.
Market is everywhere in the Balkan as a pass-through to Germany, up to Serbia and whatever. But what you have to remember is all the countries we are talking about are candidates to access to the European Union.
And
So
it will take time. It will take time. Trust me.
we need to know what we want. Do we want
It will
energy
take
security and face the main problem we have today, which is the dependence to Russia? So we're going to have to make choices. We're going to have to make choices.
I don't disagree. What I put on the table of this discussion is that when you have to pay back the loans of such an investment, you need very strong off-takers to secure the feasibility of the project. The very strong off-takers, they are in Central and Northern Europe. I'm sorry to say that in Albania or in Croatia, they are not so strong off-takers that could create the security feeling for the investor of the cable and the financiers that this is enough security. PPAs with off-takers which are not extremely strong. This is my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong.
We don't need the off-taker in Croatia. First of all, I trust in Croatia, and we have big business there since many years. Now it's a Eurozone also, so the Croatia is, for me, is not the main problem. No, I think we are talking about transmission. We are talking about energy security. Energy security, how do you achieve the energy security? You have to reinforce the grid, the local grid, of course, but you have to reinforce interconnection. And what we need is the solidarity between the countries, and we need to carry on to transport the energy north. But the off-taker could be a German company, or could be an American data center somewhere, whatever. Things are changing. We need several off-takers with good balance sheets, and there is good off-taker with good balance sheets everywhere in Europe. Don't focus only on a big one. No, there is many smaller ones which could be supporting the initiatives, and that's what we are demonstrating every day.
I fully agree again, but it takes much more time to have a lot than 2, 3 bigs. which facilitate in terms of time and of closing the circle, production, transmission, and off-taker. This is something already, this process takes years and years. You know, for a simple PPA, you have the experience already, it takes months of negotiation, not for big PPAs. Luca, your opinion on this? You know very well PPAs, you know very well all this process, how it goes.
Okay, we were spoiled all these years with the tariffs and the schemes, the supportive schemes. Okay, it's very difficult from one day to another to enter into completely competitive processes and try to negotiate PPAs. Yeah, okay. It's less regulatory. The problem is less regulatory. I think that the market will self-adjust itself to PPAs. I think the biggest problem right now in Greece are banks. Banks are not ready to, are not agile, I will say, to accept the off-takers PPAs. The off-takers, on the other hand, are very skeptical. Okay, we faced the last 2-3 years so many changes. We saw the war, we saw the COVID effect. Everybody are talking about curves produced by AFRI or whoever, and at the end of the day, those curves might mean nothing. So they try to predict the prices. We have seen good PPAs. We have seen good PPAs, and I think that we're going to see more and more PPAs executed by producers and off-takers. Personally, I'm very positive and optimistic about those PPAs. The market prices are low, especially when you are regulated hard and you cannot have access to the market prices because you are just renewable. It's not that bad to have a private PPA. The duration is an issue. Since, as I mentioned, everybody's afraid, we don't see bankable durations. We see 5, 7, at most 10 years of tenors. But I think that the market progressively will adjust, and we will see PPAs. I'm speaking always in a Greek content. Okay.
Konstantinos, to you the ball. PPAs, your experience, how it works, the weaknesses and the problems with the banks, everything that you have seen with your experience, what you are suggesting, what you are expecting.
I couldn't agree more with what has been said. I think, first of all, PPAs have been designed as a hedging mechanism. In Greece, they were introduced during the crisis, so they were starting being used as a cost-cutting mechanism by the off-takers, which is not really how it works. However, because of the increased prices, it works like that as well. In reality, yes, I agree with Mr. Lazarakis. The banks is a cornerstone for PPAs. What we have seen over the last 2 years, 2.5 years, maybe something like that, we have seen many PPAs. However, always we have the same thing of having something that it is easy in order to be bankable. We have seen many virtual pay-as-produced PPAs, mostly photovoltaics, which is easily understood, which can be financed, which can take 60-70% bank loans, and this is it. I fully agree. I think PPAs, they are a mechanism in the market that they can provide increased capital and can provide equilibriums and an adjusting mechanism in order for many things to proceed. We have seen only PPAs with some wind and some solar, but maybe with some gas generating units as well. But in reality, we expect to see PPAs with hybrid models, so PVs and batteries, PPAs only with batteries, PPAs with hydrogen units, different types of PPAs, not only pay as produced and virtual, but like all the other countries, the more mature countries have. For example, PPAs that we have big installed capacity separated into tranches, and then not have one-to-one project with off-taker, but each off-taker takes one tranche out of the total capacity. So we will have, we expect to see additional structures. We have to educate, I think, a bit the market more in order to start dealing with the big PPAs, in order to attract the interest for bigger projects as well. In my view, it's not only having big counterparties, it could be a combination of both. You need the big ones, but you need also the smaller ones, because at the end of the day, it's demand and supply, and it's term of profitability. With the smallest one, you will have much more profitability. And with the big ones, they have the negotiation power, so they will squeeze the PPA prices. A combination of both, it could be ideal, but in reality, we expect to see much more PPAs in the years to come, more difficult structures, more advanced structures, and I would like to say that we expect also to see the public sector being in PPAs in the years to come, because the consumption of the public sector is also a big thing.
Already started. EIAF, the water company of Thessaloniki, made a tender for PPA for set their quantity of megawatt hours. EIDAP already appointed advisors for similar tender process. So we see also public sector open an eye towards PPAs, which is very important.
Can I add something on PPAs? Because PPA is not new. Since 10 years that we operate in the United States, we've never been able to sell our electricity except with PPA. That's the only system. So
no feed-in tariffs, no grants.
No feed-in tariff, no tenders, no grants, nothing. There is a kind of grants when you are building your plant, but the only way we are selling energy in United States, and we've been able to finance our plants, was because we've been able to sign private PPA since 10 years. So we learn a lot from that. It's coming to Europe, but there is something we have to all to understand. The energy market in Europe will never be the same. Never. We'll never come back to 50 euro per megawatt hour as a wholesale price. Forget it. We have many things to do in Europe. We have the energy transition to finance. Imagine France, 75% of the electricity comes from nuclear. Do you really think in the coming years we will be able to finance a nuclear plant in France with a 50 euro per megawatt hour price? No, it's over. It will be over 100 euro per megawatt hour. When are we going to close the coal plant in Germany? Do you think we're going to close it without having an increase of the price to finance the energy transition? PPAs are seen by small consumer, big consumer in Europe as an insurance against the volatility of the price of energy. And of course, COVID and the war in Ukraine, what happens, reveal what could be the situation for any kind of company which are relying on energy. Today, I can tell you, I cannot fulfill the demands of PPA we have as a company. I'm not building fast enough to be able to fulfill the demands, because most of the companies, except the one who likes to play with the markets, they prefer to have a long-term visibility on prices, and they understood that they will have volatility period in the coming years. So PPA, corporate PPA, public PPA will be one of the two big mechanisms to sell energy in the coming years. That's going to be the reality.
Francois, you have an eye all over Southeast Europe.
On Europe, maybe a few comments. The first is Europe is working, it's the reform of the electricity market is working on a variation on PPA, which is the contract for differences, which hopefully will bring the best of both worlds, that is profitability and predictability. That's a big negotiation ongoing. And for once, there's a convergence of view of all countries. So that's something which changed the way the market is operating. It won't bring lower prices. I think Eric is right. It will bring more predictability. That's one thing. The second thing is something we tend to forget, and it's quite different. We always think about production. We should think also about the use of energy and savings, and the way we have to also invest in production, but we have to invest more in terms of how to save energy. Better cars, better houses, better production processes, better transportation. So the field of improvement is huge. It's also extremely expensive, energy transition. So at one stage, there will be arbitration to be made between investing in production and investing in savings. So that's, I don't have the answer, but really something which is important to say. The last thing I wanted to say, which is quite different, is the one of the big virtues of renewable energies, or energy, as says Eric, is flexibility. In terms of moving from one source to another, having the opportunity to scale up from small to very big. So we will need big projects, like the cables we were speaking about. These are fantastic projects, but also very complicated. So we will need them, but we will need the full balance, and we can move to something which is more flexible. In France, as Eric said, we were wedded on the large nuclear stations. That is, we go by 1 gigawatt to 3. It's a very rigid system. The virtue of renewable, it allows flexibility, and that's a work for planners, how to combine big things, we need them, and flexibility. That's not an answer, but something which is very important, and which is something new, which is offered by new technologies.
Unfortunately, we had the sign from Europe that are fighting the flexibility. What I mean by that? I mean that when you have European Investment Bank, EBRD, which are denying to finance anything related with gas, as if tomorrow we could use just like this hydrogen or only renewables and balancing the systems. This is funny. This is killing flexibility. Because unless we have a more open-minded politic from the part of the European Commission, not to finance the gas, but to have the bridge. We have a bridge. The next 5, 10, 15 years, I'm afraid we need further FSRUs. We need to use installations to escape from the Russian gas. If this will continue, we will not have the pipelines in place. What we are going to do? Do you consider that only renewable could afford the transformation as such?
Yes, yes. EIB, I'm not going to say EBRD is doing a mistake or EIB is doing a mistake. They are banks. When you are banks, you're lending the money, and especially when it's the money, it's our money. You have to be careful twice than once. Huh? Why they refuse to finance? They're right. It's a toxic investment. You will never recover your money as a bank. You cannot amortize such investment in 10 years, 15 years. You need a longer time. So if they're not lending you the money for that, it's because they will never recover the money. One day, soon, you will not be able to burn gas to produce electricity. I'm not talking about any other application, but what we need is to increase to speed up, the increase of electrification of usage. That's key. I'm not going to enter in the debates with hydrogen and so on. There is projects which are very interesting, supported in south of Europe, in Portugal, for example. There was a huge project that has been awarded with European grants, and I suppose Greece will benefit from that soon because you got the resource. What we need is to increase and speed up the electrification of usages, but there is only one way today, is renewable and storage. Gas is not a solution. I'm sorry.
Gianni, within the next 2 or 3 months, your group is opening the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, if I'm not mistaken. So
The first FSRU is expected to be
it is
operational
something that just
in
have
January.
been
yes.
financed, and you are expecting to operate for the next years in view of all the problem between Ukraine and Russia, and not only. Okay, so how you could agree with Eric approach? Do you consider that it is well done that EIB and EBRD are not financing gas projects, even if they are connected somehow as systems for hydrogen transportation at a later stage, as we heard before from the DESFA presentation?
Well, I think I partially agree with Eric in the sense that obviously in the long run we need green energy and renewables, and definitely we need to accelerate with the implementation of new renewables. And also, as I said, with implementation of interconnections, more countries can share the benefits of green energy. However, there is a but that we need a transitional fuel because renewables cannot be implemented within a month or within 1 year or within 3 years. Even interconnections, we speak with a time frame of between 5 and 10 years.
Imagine for hydrogen, how much it will take.
Agree. Until all technological issues and safety issues are resolved. So we need natural gas as a transitional fuel. That's why also our group has invested and investing also in CCGT in Alexandroupolis, that also will be capable of using hydrogen as fuel. So you know that until 2 or 3 years ago, for Europe, natural gas was a black sheep. Yes, they were right, but we didn't do anything to achieve energy independence and energy security. So now we are puzzled with what Eric said, that definitely we need green energy. That's why in our group, green energy is one of the most important business units, but also we need to see how we can achieve this on the long run. We need a transitional fuel. So either we like it or not, natural gas will be there to stay and serve us until we achieve such transition.
Lucas, I know that you have to leave us in few minutes for another important commitment, but before leaving us, I'd like to ask you something very simple. Energy in Greece and Europe the next decade, what do you see? How you see? Be your prophet, and after, of course, all the gentlemen. But you are the first to be the prophet on this, and we keep notices, eh?
Yeah.
After 10 years, we will discuss it again.
Yeah. Okay, we need infrastructure, we need grids, local and international ones. We need finance, we need a stable economic environment. I would agree with Eric, the only solution that we can see right now is renewables and storage. I will come again to the conclusion that we need more public awareness everywhere if we want to see more and more installations. Flexible legislation that fits to renewables and not to create obstacles. It has to be completely objective, the legislation. It's obvious that, being an entrepreneur, you are optimistic. It's fundamental. So we believe that some point of time the interest rates will be decreasing. We believe that the European economy again will start being more stable. We didn't expect to see inflation 7% or 10% in Germany, but we saw it. I suspect that some point of time this war will finish. Okay, the technologies are mature. Wind technology, solar technology is mature. Storage technology is mature. Okay, we will see the hydrogen. There's a lot of things to be solved, technical things for hydrogen. But yes, in a nutshell, I will see in 10 years a more green mixture of energy produced. Okay, speaking about Europe, because this is what is closest to us, a more integrated system, electrical system throughout Europe will be facilitating, this energy transition from carbon to green energy.
I like your optimistic approach for a simple reason. When I say energy, I see society. When I see society, I see aged society in Europe, flows of immigration, energy poverty in the broader area, which will be important problems to tackle and to solve, which I consider will delay further and further this transformation. I wish very much to be much faster. I consider it will be much more late than anticipated. Why? Because of lack of areas, because of social reactions in some countries, minimum as in our country. So I see so many things that could delay this transformation according to the Pareto law as well. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure that everything what is anticipated to exist after 10 days will be in place. I'm much more afraid that all this, it will be extended time-wise. That's why I said for the decade, not for the future in general. For the decade, it will be much more extended. That is my fear. I wish to be much more optimistic, but when you see a simple issue from 2008 till 2023 to be initiated one interconnector and not has been taken yet the final investment decision, that takes time. For the oldest period, Burgas Alexandroupolis was a pipeline for oil, of course. They were negotiating 28 years. And it was always a project to be, first project in the agenda of the energy ministry. In every conference, we were discussing about the Burgas Alexandroupolis pipeline. So they are things that are unexpected. They are creating chaotic problems in the surrounding environment. As a result, delays. And delays, they are the biggest enemy of investors, of banks, and also society at the end of the day.
Yeah, there are days that I wake up myself in a mood like this also. I don't know if it's going to take 10 years or more, Thomas, but the future is green. The future is green, and the technologies are there already. We used to not to have the technologies. We needed, energy, and it was. I mean, the time will come, and the historical of the future will say they used to burn things in order to have electricity, and it's going to sound very, very weird. Unless something else so much advanced comes and disrupts everything, I think that wind, solar, and storage will be the thing for the next 10 years or slightly more.
Thank you, Lucas, very much. Gentlemen, permit me to interrupt just for 2 minutes to say hello to Lucas because it is your time to leave. Thank you very, very much for your presence and your you are not going to escape. Decade, next decade, Eric, for you. What do you believe for the next decade?
The thing is, I have no, I have no lesson to give. What is important to understand is we've done half of the job in the last 30 years, and we have only 6 years to do the second part of the job. Okay, that was what the French president said. That's not from him, but everybody's saying that, and we know what we have to do. I'm afraid that, unfortunately, we, like Lucas, we started renewable energy 20 years ago, so we're getting old and tired. We've been fighting a lot, trying to convince, push ideas, innovate. We still have some energy, but what's going to happen is that the young generation now knows that they will be the ones suffering from the fact that we've been talking too much in the last 30 years, because we know what is the solution. We know where we have to go since 30, 40 years. We know it. And we all been talking, I think, but not at the level of response this planet was expecting. So when I was not trying to be nasty when I said gas is not the flexibility, it's just the reality. We cannot afford to burn gas and oil in the coming years. You saw, unfortunately, what happens in Thessaly recently. I'm not going to use that as an example, but the climate change is not for tomorrow.
It is an example. I'm
It's
sorry.
today.
It is an example.
It is today.
It is a reality.
The reality is today.
It is a reality. It's
So
an example.
what would you say to your kids? That they have to wait for 30 more years to solve their future? No way.
I'm fighting for
No
clean
way.
energy.
I know.
I just
I know.
want to be down to the earth.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about what I'm hearing every day. So unfortunately, I think it's time to change. We need more young people that they're going to be on stage, more young people in government, more young people. They need to take their responsibility, because they're going to be suffering in the future of the fact that we've been waiting too much. So I'm optimistic, because at some point when we are facing the wall, sometimes humanity is trying to recover. I hope it's not too late. But we have everything to do it. We know what to do. We have to change our behavior, our way of acting every day. So energy efficiency, you've been speaking about it. That's key. The cars, when I'm hearing people still talking about cars as a dreaming object, cars is just a point. It's just a way to go from one point to another point. So the young generation, they are changing. They are going. They're thinking differently, because they're gonna have to adapt. What we have to do now is adapt ourselves, and I come back to that. When EIB and EBRD is not financing fossil fuel, when Fatih Birol from EIA is an organization from the oil company originally, and when they are saying, guys, we cannot afford to continue to do exploration of oil and gas in this planet, this is EIA. This is not Eric Scotto, which is representing a renewable energy company. This is EIA. This is the consortium of the oil company in the world, which is saying that. So let's do it. Maybe I hope it's not too late. But my vision is, I'm optimistic. That's exactly what I was saying to the journalist this morning. He was done. And I told him, you cannot be done.
You are visionary with results.
We have not
you
the
have
right.
every permission to create visions and to bring the results. Thank you, Eric. Francois.
Yes, 2 comments. The first about finance. Yes, EIB and EBRD will stop. I think it makes sense, because they're there to lead the way to new solutions. I also think that private finance is still available in huge quantities to fund classical energy. So that's not really an issue. The project which makes sense, they will get financed by banks, by oil companies, by regardless. I think it's the figure is $1 trillion financing for classical energies in the last 10 years. So it's not a problem per se. The other issue I wanted to talk about is dependency. We had the dependency on oil. We had the dependency on gas, and we saw the results. So we will move to new energies. We have to be careful not creating new dependencies. I'm thinking about one large country which produces lots of solar panels and rare earth. So I think we all, and maybe not Eric, but we, at least in the administration, and when we think, we need to think about avoiding create a new dependency, which we will regret dearly in 15 or 20 years. So that's an issue. That's why my president is speaking about reindustrializing Europe and moving back production from far to close. And that's something we have to do in parallel with moving from one energy to another. It's also thinking about how we produce things, how we do things, and how we avoid replacing one dependency by another. It's something, again, to be integrated in the reflections we have.
Thank you, Francois. Konstantinos.
I also agree. The future is green. And I think that this has to do because of the climate change and the cultural change, because people want the future to be green. However, I think that the 10-year, the decade that you said, is not a big period in reality. And if we take into consideration what are the lessons that we have learned over the last 3-4 years, we have seen that there are many issues and many things that they can change the economy, they can change the market just in a few days. So if we take into consideration that the future has to do with electrification, so we will see increased demand for energy, for power. And if we see the decarbonization of shipping, for example, it is better to have gas or cold ironing instead of having oil. So if we take into consideration the increased demand, then we have to cover this kind of demand. Yes, it's going to be green, but we are consultants, so we have to make scenarios. So the scenarios are not 100% and 0%. It seems that green is increasing over the next decade, and gas is dropping and oil is dropping. However, I would say that if something else happens, for example, we don't have access in order to get in the supply chain or to get batteries, then we have to find a way in order to tackle the increasing demand. Then we need another vehicle for stability, and this could be gas. So I would say, and I will close that it is green. Renewable storage, yes, totally, but we will still have, over the next decade, a portion of gas that is going to be declining and declining, but we will need it in order to have security. Over the next decade, maybe it's something different.
Yannis.
I think nobody disputes the fact that the future is green, and we will work towards achieving it as fast as possible. But of course, we have to make sure that all the society shares the same opinion, because one of the strongest obstacles we have in accelerating the implementation of green energy projects is reactions and the fact that vast society is not familiar with green energy. And we have also fake news. So one of the tasks that we need to do as a country, and not only as investors, is to educate society towards accepting green energy, solar, wind parks, and other forms of green energy. You said Burgas Alexandroupolis. Now the project has been revived, but the opposite way is Alexandroupolis Burgas, reverse flow. Yes. So life makes circles. And one very quick comment, as you said, regarding political risk. At least within Europe, I believe, due to the fact that we move towards a market integration and the fact that energy will interlink interest from many countries, the political risk is reduced. So I wouldn't worry about political risk within Europe. Just regarding, of course, whether the interconnection will be onshore or submarine, one has to assess the merits for its solution. In a nutshell, I believe in order to proceed forward, we need definitely storage. We need upgrading the grid. We need interconnections. The benefits of interconnections are multifold. And of course, we need, as I said, to educate society. And we face one challenge, I think everybody agrees, time. We need to accelerate. We have good projects. Projects are here on the table. We have investors, both local and foreign investors. We're lucky that today we're facing a golden momentum for Greece. It's a golden opportunity for Greece to accelerate. And if we vision Greece after the implementation of all these projects, will be a different country will be an important country for all the Eastern Mediterranean and Southeastern Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is of essence. It's very important. I feel more wise to have all this discussion today with the exceptional panelists. I feel perfectly with the time. We just overpassed the time for 13, 14, 15 seconds. I'd like to thank the organizers and all of you that you were here. You make us feel better when discussing to have also audium. It's very important. Thank you very much.
So I will urge everybody to stay because we do have the last conversation with Secretary Payat, actually. He will be connecting from Washington, D.C. for a discussion we will have for 15, 20 minutes. And then we have the cocktail reception right outside. So if you can bear with us for another 15 minutes, that would be great. Thank you. So, 15 minutes. We have the connection live or no? Έχει κάμερα και θα με βλέπει. Ένα μόνο. Δεν χρειάζεται. I can see in the screen. Assistant Secretary Payat, we can see you. I hope that you can hear me as well.
Good evening. Kalispera. Of course I can.
Good evening. Kalispera to you, sir. It's a great pleasure for me to have a discussion with Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources, Mr. Jeffrey Payat, who we all know from his time as serving as an ambassador of the United States here to the Hellenic Republic. It is a great honor that you are joining our conference and we're having this discussion, knowing that we have a big time difference as well, and it's quite early in the morning now in Washington, D.C. So with this, I will go straight to the discussion that we have. And to my first question, Mr. Payat, we did have the Russian invasion in Ukraine that has become finally now a tool for Europe to speed up the energy transition and the diversification of energy sources in general. How do you see that the USA will further expand its collaboration with Greece and its neighboring countries, especially the Balkan countries, in a key area for the broader, what we call Southeast Europe?
Great. Well, thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm sorry we have to do this virtually. I wish I was there in person, but really appreciate the opportunity to contribute to the dialogue. Let me say before I get to your question, the one thing I want to underline in terms of what I'm doing here at ENR in the State Department and our work jointly with Greece and other allies in Europe is just how central the issues around the climate crisis have become to the work that we're all doing here in the U.S. government. And obviously, I think like every friend of Greece, my heart was broken this summer as we watched both the terrible floods in central Greece around Trikala and all these towns and cities that I got to know so well, but then also the horrific fires in in the north earlier in the summer. And we've had the same thing in the United States, certainly my home state of California. Just the first 8 months of 2023, we had 23 separate billion-dollar weather and climate disasters, highest number ever recorded. So we have to work on this. What ENR does, what I do, is focused on attacking two problems simultaneously. One is the energy transition and the climate crisis that I talked about, and the other is energy security, which you asked about. I'm enormously proud of the work that the United States has done in the past 18 months since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I talked a lot about these issues when I was still ambassador in Athens. Just last week, I was in New York with Dieter Jorgensen, the Commission Director General for Energy, and we were talking about all the work that American gas producers are doing in order to ensure that Europe has the energy it needs to overcome Putin's weaponization of his energy resources. The United States has become the world's largest LNG producer. Greece is a big part of the story of our support to Europe in terms of the Revithoussa terminal, in terms of the Alexandropoli terminal coming online very soon. But what I would really underline is the commitment of American energy producers to being strong partners for Europe. And I was very interested to read Director General Jorgensen's comments yesterday in the Financial Times, where she talked about the years and years of demand that she anticipates in the future from Europe for American LNG. And US markets are responding to that. Our LNG production capacity, our liquefaction capacity here in the US will grow by 50%, 50, by 2025. The United States is now unassailably the world's largest LNG producer. But we're also intensively engaged with our European partners, and we have a task force that meets periodically, not just on issues of gas supply, but also on efficiency. And this is less of an issue in Greece than it is in parts of Northern Europe, but all the work that can be done on heat pumps, on better insulation, on smart thermostats, on efficiency in terms of industrial deployment of gas. I remember, visiting the Mytilineos facilities, for instance, and the work that they're doing with GE on both high efficiency turbines, but also using GE enabled technology to ensure the maximum efficiency of their aluminum manufacturing processes. So that's the kind of thing where we're going to work together. Of course, also a big part of my job remains the work that we do on diversification of energy sources and routes. I was just in Rome talking to DESFA when I was in the region as well, talking with SNAM, talking with all of our partners around the Southern Gas Corridor, which has proven to be a great success. And then also the work that we've done with your neighbors to the north. I was just meeting this week with the energy minister from Bulgaria, talking about how satisfied everybody is with the success of the IGB, but also the work that's ongoing. I met day before yesterday with the Deputy Prime Minister of North Macedonia. We're absolutely committed to driving forward the Greece-North Macedonia gas pipeline as well. So there's this is a very, very strong area of transatlantic partnership, and I'm especially proud of the work that we've all done to lay the foundation for a really remarkable energy alliance between the United States and Greece.
Mr. Payet, moving away from the energy security topic, what do you think that the key technologies or infrastructure projects that the US will focus on, especially regarding clean energy technologies, while we're talking about the green energy transition?
No, well, thanks for that. And I'll say two things. Doing my job at this particular moment in history, the most important thing that's happened in the United States over the past year has been the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act, which has created a huge acceleration of our energy transition. $36 billion a year of federal money over 10 years, so $360 billion total. Add to that the infrastructure bill, and you get to more than $500 billion in federal money, which is supercharging our energy transition, stimulating new investments in green hydrogen, in solar deployment, in carbon capture and sequestration. So these are all the technologies that are available to us, but you also see a very rapid acceleration of innovation. So new battery storage technologies, new solar technologies like concentrated solar. Our approach is all of the above. We need to drive innovation across all of these different areas. And I will say again, this is an area of obvious synergy with Greece. I was very proud during my time in Athens, all the work that we did, for instance, with Advent Technologies on their work in Patras, but also their involvement with White Dragon and Green Hippo, and the work that's being done by Greece on green hydrogen. I've discussed this also with the Bulgarians, who are also very interested in their hydrogen, their green hydrogen story as well. So I think you're going to see, and to the West in Italy as well, the Italian government has made a major commitment to clean hydrogen as part of their decarbonization strategy for hard to abate sectors like steel, like concrete, but also to use as a replacement for fossil gas in energy infrastructure. So I think we're just in the early days of this transformation. But what's clear here in the United States is that the energy transition is unfolding much faster than markets had initially anticipated, in part because of federal government policies, in part because of market demands, and in part because of the innovation and the work that's being done at laboratories across the United States, but also in Greece.
This is a point that we could definitely benefit on this side of the Atlantic in Europe from the innovation that takes place in the United States, but also learn a few things of how to enable with these legislative, let's say, initiatives that have taken place, help the market grow faster and accelerate the transition, because some of the fiscal and tax incentives that have been given in the United States seem to be far more efficient, if I may say, than what we see with other measures here in Europe. For example, for manufacturing PV panels in the United States, in order for us to counter a little bit the measure of having this huge dependency of the actual equipment and raw materials that we need for the transition only to China. So this is a big issue and a big thing for Europe as well that should consider much stronger. Moving to
Can I say on that issue, I think there's also a role for Greece here on the clean technology supply chains, especially this area of critical minerals. My team here at ENR spends a lot of time trying to build international coalitions as we confront exactly the issue you pointed to. The massive increase we are going to see in demand globally for energy minerals. Cobalt, lithium, copper, nickel, zinc. So Greece has some of these minerals and some of these resources, and we are focused not just on the extraction, not just on the mining, but also on the processing.
the refining. Of this is important, yeah.
I had the same conversation again with the Bulgarian energy minister, and I think Southeastern Europe, to include Greece. Greece, of course, has thousands of years of history in mining. As we know from the silver mines, they're outside of Athens, and so figuring out how we reduce our dependency on a single source of supply for these energy minerals. It's a challenge in Europe. It's a challenge in the United States. We're also very focused, and you've seen a lot of new investment in the United States in battery technologies, and we've got a great example there in Greece with Sunlight and the success of their battery manufacturing, both in northern Greece, but also here in the United States, in South Carolina. And I think you're going to see a massive demand for those kind of products, and it's a natural area of synergy between companies there in Greece and companies here in the United States.
Very right. And as a final question for our discussion in respect of the time that we have, I will switch again to the LNG topic. We see Europe preparing for the winter, beginning of this winter, with the highest level of gas reserves that we had in our storage tanks. But last year, we have seen a lot of LNG cargoes coming from the United States. And there is a continuous effort from the EU to diversify its energy sources in general, as we have discussed before. So what would you expect in this area, considering the forecasted strong demand from Asia? Do you see that there will be a heavy competition with Europe? And how would the market react in conjunction to what you said in terms of the capacity that is being built up or liquefaction capacity that's been built up in the United States?
No, well, great question. And let me tell you, speaking of Greece, I use my marine tracker app all the time as I'm traveling around the world. Every time I'm at a gas processing or gas handling facility, I'm pulling out the app to see where the ship is coming from, where it's going to. And of course, a lot of those LNG carriers are owned by Greek ship owners. So Greece plays an outsized role in the global LNG supply chain. That global supply was severely disrupted last year by Putin's weaponization of his energy. Of course, the first victim was your immediate neighbor, Bulgaria. And I remember meeting with the Bulgarian government when we were all in Alexandropoli in April for the inauguration of the FSRU construction. And just the deep concern among Bulgarian officials about where they were going to find the gas, how much they get through Revithusa, how would they get contracts. Clearly, the market has stabilized dramatically. The price has come down. You've seen that the common buying platform that former Commissioner Šefčovič has been leading on has been very helpful to stabilizing that dynamic. American gas producers do not benefit from these extreme price swings. Most of the profits from those extreme spikes of last year came or went to trading companies, including European trading companies. So we want to see a stable, reliable, secure market that is not dependent on Russia. From that standpoint, and again, Director General Jorgensen's comments in the FT yesterday are really important, and I would commend her remarks to everybody. We see a market in which the United States and American gas producers are responding to the demands that are coming from the marketplace with new investment in additional liquefaction. I am not overly concerned about returning demand from Asia because of the additional capacity that we see coming on stream in the United States, but also in Qatar. I've had the opportunity to visit the Ras Laffan complex, which is an extraordinary, represents an extraordinary concentration of productive capacity and capital, including a lot of American energy company capital. So we're gonna continue to work on, importantly, how we drive down the carbon intensity of that production. So working on things like methane capture, carbon sequestration, and abatement. We are going to encourage dialogue between American producers and buyers in Europe. And I'm confident that the United States, as we have done over the past year, is going to continue to overachieve in terms of what our producers are able to deliver to help address European energy security. There's a very clear understanding here in the United States, in the Biden administration, that Europe's energy security is a core component of national security. So this decoupling from Russia that has happened is a huge contributor to Europe's security. I'm also very confident that that decoupling is permanent. That is to say, nobody is ever again going to look to Russia as a reliable energy supplier. I was in Rome 2 weeks ago. As I mentioned, I was very encouraged to hear from both government and industry there, the determination not to go back to Russia as a source of supply and the understanding of how dangerous that would be. I also think you're going to see a continued evolution of the European debate about Russian LNG. And I think we are all agreed that our goal is to reduce the revenues which Russia receives from its oil and gas resources. which means, as we've committed as part of the G7, to steadily reduce our exposure to Russian energy exports. The United States has been quite clear on that. We have also been clear in terms of our determination to use our sanctions regime to reduce Russia's capacity for future energy. So, for instance, you saw recently our announcement of sanctions against the Arctic LNG 2 project. That reflects how determined we are to make sure that Putin is not able to continue to use his energy resources in the future as a source of the revenue that he uses to pursue this awful and illegal war.
Assistant Secretary Payat, being mindful of time, I would like to thank you very much for your intervention in our conference. And I would like to make a final comment for our discussion that we are very lucky, both the United States of America and Greece, that you are dealing with this portfolio of topics from your position because of two main issues. One, you have the deep knowledge of the topic of energy, and I personally have this opinion from the years that we know each other, and we have exchanged a number of times on this topic, but also because of you are very knowledgeable about the area, about our country in Greece, because you have lived here for a number of years, and you know exactly what needs to be done and how it can be tackled, so we can have a good outcome in the end and a successful outcome. So thank you
Great.
again.
Well,
for
thank
this.
you. Thank you for having me. It will not surprise you to hear me say that Mary and I miss Greece terribly. I look forward to getting back to Athens before long. I had a wonderful opportunity last week in New York to catch up with a lot of Greek friends, including, importantly, Deputy Minister Papadopoulou and Deputy Minister Fragogiannis. I made clear there as well how strongly committed the Biden administration is to our 3+1 energy cooperation with Greece. We also had this discussion, Deputy Secretary Nuland and I, with President Christohoulidis. So I very much look forward to picking up with Minister Skylakakis the conversation that I earlier had with Minister Skrekas, and also bringing groups like the HAEE into this conversation as we work on the 3+1 energy context, which is such an important part of our larger cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean.
It will be our honor. Thank you very much again for your intervention. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Good to see everybody. Gracias.
Bye. And now we have the cocktail reception outside to end the day. Thank you.